This one time it is 6 o'clock in the Borough Hall. We respect you that show up on time. Thank you so much for being here. It's a beautiful day. We did it in quality and some grass. Standing here with us today. So I'm deeply grateful to have you all here. For those that don't know, my name is Reynoso, and I'm the president of the Borough Presidents. I see the GCI stuff plots all the way around. I can tell that body with the stack. Big spread love is the Brooklyn way, so it doesn't matter where you come from, but we here to make us families. Thank you so much for being there. So now we're about to go through 2 applications today, 3 applications. We have the Jennifer project, we have the project, and we have the Western 4th Street. Okay, there's a lot of people here, a lot of voices here. I'm going to just talk about the ones that how we work in Borough Hall and why our recommendations are expansive. They're meaningful. Your voice will be heard. And who makes the most noise doesn't get reflected on the recommendations that we made. So, already, you won't hear that right? But I say that because we really want to hear you. Every side, whatever opinion you have, we want to hear you. It's our goal is to make this the best these the best projects we can for working. Sometimes it takes compromise, negotiations, sacrifice, different things. If we don't do that, we end up getting our projects that are very one-sided, don't feel like voices being heard, and we don't want to do that. So give people an opportunity to come up here. Also, people come with different worldviews, different upbringings, different understandings, and different priorities. Some people care about jobs, some people care about the environment, and none of those people are bad people. They just have what they care about. And that's what they want to talk about today. And we got to give them space. You're not, everyone is the main character of your own book. Space to be up here and what's important to them. And my job is to listen to all those voices and do the best I can to make them into one. The Voltron of work that we're going to do here. So I say that. That's the first thing is being respectful to each other and listening to each other is the Brooklyn I know. Being loud and disrespectful to each other is not Brooklyn. That's some other place. And I don't want that here. We spread love here. You will be heard. You will be heard. 3 of these projects, 2 of them I think more controversial than others. But there's a lot of people here and you got here at 6 o'clock. I want you to be able to go home feeling like you were heard and feeling like your input will be valued. So we're going to go through this process. I've never made an opinion or took a position on a project before I hear the project. So another thing is, there's no public information. There's nothing that you heard me say publicly that said I either support or I'm against these projects. I want to maximize, and to the developers, I would just say this to the developers where they are. I want every single drip of water that I can extract from them is what I want, always. I never want to leave anything on the table. So just know that I'm here for you all and the developers. Their ROIs or their return on investments is not important to me. I just want to get the most from my community always. They go first. They're always first. The last thing is, unfortunately, I have 2 more meetings that I got to get to. So I'm going to leave you in the great hands of our Deputy Borough President, Kim Council. Kim Council, can you stand up? Can we give a round of applause to Kim Council? She'll be hearing all testimony. Also, I have the greatest land use staff in all of New York City. And it's not even close. And you can tell any borough president that, you can tell the city council that, you can tell the mayor's office that. Our comprehensive plan tells us what we want to do and where we want to do it. A lot of our work is depoliticized significantly. Just look at you want to know what's going to happen in these projects? You can get 80% of the way there just by reading our comprehensive plan and seeing where our values lie already. So I just want you to know that as well, that our comprehensive plan, it was built and made by my staff. They're very smart. They know what they're talking about. They will be listening. And what you have here are a director and a deputy chief of staff. So you're going to have the highest level ranking people in this building making this happen. I leave you with that. Just want to not reset, but I want to set joy It is too nice outside. We've had a long winter, too much snow, wars in other countries. We have inflation. It has been a tough year. A tough year. Don't make this day have to be tough. It doesn't need to be that way. Enjoy listening to other opinions. Enjoy listening to the other side. Just sit there and listen with joy in your heart. Please. Thank you so much. I love you all. God bless. Tim. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Britt Bird, Senior Planner for Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Erin Wright, Deputy Chief of Staff for Planning and Policy for the Borough President.
This Uniform Land Use Review Procedure public hearing is being conducted from the Brooklyn Borough Hall courtroom on Wednesday, March 11th, 2026. Please note that this hearing is being streamed via WebEx and recorded to comply with the Open Meetings Law. The video will later be posted on the Brooklyn Borough President's YouTube channel. We have 3 items on the agenda this evening. Following the applicant's presentations and any questions from the chair, members of the public will be invited to testify on the applications. All comments are limited to 2 minutes, both in person and online. We will accept testimony tonight, both in person and virtually. Members of the public who wish to testify in person should sign up on the sign-in sheets outside of this room. And make sure to check the box only if you wish to provide public testimony. If you're here just to listen in, you do not need to check a box for public testimony. Those who wish to comment via WebEx, many of you registered in advance ahead of time, but if you've not registered, you should use the raise hand function on WebEx, and you should keep your hands raised until you have delivered testimony. If you've dialed in on the phone rather than an app or the web browser, you can press *3 to raise your hand. Members of the public may also submit comments in writing to testimony@brooklynbp.nyc.gov for the Borough President's consideration until Friday, March 13th, 2026. Please call the first item.
Calendar item number 1, 2950 West 24th Street rezoning. A private application by Ocean Towers Partners LLC seeking a zoning map amendment from R6 and R6 C12 districts to R6, R73, and R73/C24 districts. A zoning text amendment to Appendix F, a large-scale general development special permit, and a 74-52 special permit to facilitate a new 18-story mixed-use development, including 315,617 square feet of residential floor area across 408 dwelling units, 10,898 square feet of community facility floor area, and 77,782 square feet of commercial space in the Coney Island neighborhood of Community District 13. Please state your name and present the application.
Richard Lobel of Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. Good evening. Madam Deputy Borough President, members of the land use staff, I'd like to present to you the 2950 West 24th Street rezoning along with special permits. Next slide, please. So what is the essence of the land use matter? This is a rezoning from existing R6 C12 and R6 districts to, first of all, curb back a C12 overlay, which we'll go over on the maps, to convert the R6 zoning to an R73 zoning district, and to allow for part of the R73 zoning district to have a C24 overlay. All of these actions taken together will result in an 18-story development as will be described. The second action which is sought is, of course, as with all such rezonings, mapping of a mandatory inclusionary housing district. Here, the project would allow for full affordability with 408 affordable units intended for the site at roughly 60% AMI or slightly less. There would also be a special permit which would allow for certain variations in street wall and placement of the buildings on the site, as we will discuss. And finally, a special permit to reduce required parking at the site. So these actions together, next slide, will facilitate the development of an 18-story, 334,000 square foot, 2.18 FAR mixed residential community facility and commercial building along the West 25th Street frontage. There's an existing building along the eastern portion of the site. This is a 19-story building that's 367,000 square feet. So this would roughly match that, come up close to that height at 18 stories. The building, again, will contain 410 dwelling units, 408 of which would be income restricted pursuant to the ELA program, extremely low and low income affordability. The building itself would consist of 315,000 square feet plus of residential floor area, roughly 10,000 square feet of community facility floor area, and 7,700 square feet of commercial floor area. The next page is the zoning map, which looks to the existing zoning of the site. Again, a commercial overlay at 150 feet deep and an R6 zoning on the site. The next slide is the tax map, which shows the proposed zoning district boundaries. You can see before you, reduction of that commercial zoning district by 50 feet as the properties that are commercial only extend 100 feet. City planning asked us to do that and we acquiesced. And then from 300 feet from Surf Avenue, there would be, from Mermaid, there would be this R73, this new R73 district. The next slide is the area map, which I think tells the story well of why we feel this is an appropriate zoning, rezoning. First of all, to note, the R6 district would currently permit a 4.8 floor area ratio. And so right now, the applicant would have the rights to build a building which would roughly equate to the existing 370,000 square feet intended for the proposed building. That building, though, would be a bulky building. It would be a 9-story building. It would have little variation in the street wall. Importantly, most of it would be a community facility doctor's office space. So through the rezoning, we're able to now allow for affordability at the site for a fully affordable building, which housing is sorely needed in the area, as well as to allow for a commercial overlay on Surf Avenue. This will allow for roughly 8,000 square feet in the form of a food store. Again, something that the community has stated to us that it is highly desirable in the area. And in addition, we intend to have 10,000 square feet of community facility space, which may be in the form of daycare, again, something which is sorely needed in the area. As to the map itself, why is this site appropriate for this rezoning? You can see Mermaid Avenue here at 80 feet, a wide street per zoning, and Surf Avenue at 100 to 110 feet, a wide street per zoning. These avenues allow for excellent site access to the site, particularly allowing along Surf Avenue this extra wide expanse, which city planning has previously found is appropriate for allowing for upzonings and an increase in density and height. In addition to this, there are currently zoning districts in the area which reflect the R73. These are roughly half a mile to the west of the site, meaning half a mile further from transportation. So there is transportation in the form of 4 subway lines within 0.6 of a mile to the east of the site, 4 bus lines within 0.3 miles of the site. So really what you have here is an area where there is available transportation, there is excellent site access in terms of large streets, and there is an existing zoning context which allows for development of this nature. This is particularly appropriate given the existing 19-story building on the site, 17-story buildings to the east and west of the site, and 16 and 14-story buildings to the north and south of the site. Simply put, this is an area where such density and context is well known, and this will allow for an increase in the number of affordable units on the site to allow for over 400 new units. Without belaboring this, I know this is a crowded room. We would page through the photographs that follow, and then would come to the proposed development. I would ask the project architect to come to the microphone and merely to describe a little bit about the nature of the layout of the site and the, I think specifically, Van, to discuss the special permits that we're requesting.
And if you wish, the remote does have a laser pointer and it will work on this screen, but not this one.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Van Cao, representing Curtis Ginsberg Architect, presenting the proposed development tonight. As you can see in the rendering, the project is sized to have a step down, kind of like have the main bulk against the Surf Avenue. Okay. Maybe.
Very good.
Hello? Yeah, okay. And we propose the street articulation along the West 24th Street, and with the Surf Avenue have a setback providing the plaza at the front. The step back of the bulkhead has 2 levels incorporated with the solar panels and the other 2 with the green roofs. Next slide, please. This is basically the plan, as Richard has previously mentioned, that we shape the building so allow the maximum distance between the existing building and the new development. At the narrowest side, that is 80 feet, and the widest side, that's close to 120 feet. And that allow to provide a 60,000 square feet of the community landscape and plaza for this is sites. Oops. Okay. So this is the landscape plan. You can see here we have kids playground, we have adults playground, and also there's a landscape area for people to recess and relax. So this is the facade along the West 24th Street. There's an articulation that you can see here. There's a two-tier facade design. The front is facing the street with articulation with a setback above the 8-story, 10 stories, and 12 stories. This is another view showing how this fit in the context. These are the zoning waivers that we're requesting to give us a little bit flexible to shape the facade, right? It is a very long facade, roughly like 300 feet. So we want some flexibility to kind of sculpt the facade along the 24th Street.
I think we're good. So just to conclude, again, for the reasons that we stated, we feel that this is meritorious rezoning. As was noted, this will enable the spacing of the building to allow for a better site design, particularly to allow for this 20,000 square foot open space between the building. Right now, that space is overgrown, and this would now allow for park space to be utilized by building residents, allowing for open space in an area where this is really not largely available. So with that, the applicant team is happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you for the presentation. We do have a few questions. Can you respond to any discussion and concerns and potential resolutions that may be forthcoming from the community board?
Sure. So we did have a spirited discussion with Community Board 13 over several hearings. A lot of this centered around parking. So as constituted right now, the applicant is seeking a parking waiver of from 167 spaces to 143 spaces. This is a waiver of 24 spaces. There is currently a parking lot at the site allowing for over 160 spaces. And as the applicant has noted and is noted in the traffic study accompanying the application, this parking lot is never full and typically has only about 60% or 60 space utilization, so under 40%. So, with regards to parking, we feel that there is adequate parking on the site to be able to satisfy parking needs for the proposed development. The waiver itself is relatively minor. So that was one of the concerns that was set forth by the community board. The other one was, well, you're placing a building here and there wasn't a building before. So, obviously this is an imposition in terms of the site. This is true. We would note, however, that the special permits that are sought here are allowing for really beautification of the site. This is a 20,000 square foot open space, which will have programming, trees, park furniture. This is really going to be a huge improvement on the site. And the special permits allow us to mass the buildings in such a way where instead of having a building 60 feet away, as would be permitted right now as of right to a height of 9 stories, we're able to mass the building such that this space will actually increase. There'll be an average distance between the buildings of 75 feet, and that space would now be able to be increased to even upwards of 100 feet. So with that, we did address and try to address some of the concerns of the community board, but I would also note importantly that the applicant here went out to building residents of the existing building, received over 200 ballots where they asked for the existing building tenants to vote and to say, do you agree with this or not? Over 65%, closer to 70%, said that they would be interested in this new site design, particularly in light of the daycare that's proposed, the food store that's proposed, and this creative and wonderful open space.
We have a couple people who are in the back and we would love to try to get everyone seated. If you've got an empty seat next to you, can you raise your hand so folks can come sit? Thank you all so much.
And any consolidation and scooching over would be greatly appreciated as well. Has the applicant engaged with NYCHA and HPD to explore potential referrals or transfers of assistance from nearby NYCHA developments?
So the applicant has presented the application to HPD. We've submitted preliminary materials. There's a regulatory agreement that affects the existing building at the site, which is in effect through 2045, I believe. So HPD is fully aware of the project, would need to consent to allow for the applicant to proceed with the new building. The applicant, there will be, the ELA program would allow for formerly homeless to be housed at the site and is able to take referrals from NYCHA in that regard, as long as it's coordinated with HPD. So we have made those efforts and had those discussions.
And how would the proposed development affect the tree canopy and amount of permeable surface area at the development site?
So with regards to the tree canopy, there would be a reduction as the lot will be clearing a lot of these existing trees, which are in not necessarily in great shape. These existing trees are on the perimeter of the existing building at the site, which is what we've demonstrated on the plans. Additional areas on the survey also call out these wooded area trees. They're not really offering much in terms of recreational space and the ability to enjoy that outdoor space. The new lot is comprised mostly of previously grass and wooded surface, and the new building on the lot will allow for this courtyard and plaza over most of the new lot, which would reduce the amount of pervious coverage. But we will be engaging in stormwater management, which would be accomplished through providing a new green roof and an infiltration system that would comply with DEP requirements.
Thank you. This panel is now excused.
Thank you.
We will now call for testimony on this application from members of the public in attendance in person and online tonight.
Okay.
Please note that all comments are limited to 2 minutes. The clock is located here in the building, to my right in the room, and will be cast on the WebEx.
Okay. So the three speakers who have indicated they would like to provide testimony on this application. First is David Fleming, followed by Demetrios Morgiani. Apologies on names. And
David's with there.
I,
They're part of the applicant team.
oh, then, okay.
Great.
No testimony from the applicant team. Is there anyone else who has not signed up to speak on 2950 West 24th Street in the room who would like to provide testimony on this item? Is there anyone on the WebEx? It looks like we have no hands raised, so I think we can close this item.
Great. Hearing no further comment, this item is now closed. Please call the second item.
Okay. Calendar item number 2, 1166 Bedford Avenue. A private application by Khalifa Residences LLC for a zoning map amendment from R6A/C24 to R7X/C24 and a zoning text amendment to designate an MIH area in Appendix F to facilitate a new 12-story, 75,602 square foot mixed-use development with 144 units, 13,412 square feet of community facility space, and 4,823 square feet of commercial space at 1166 Bedford Avenue in the Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood of Community District 3. Please state your name and present this application.
Good evening. I want to thank the committee, Borough President, for giving us this opportunity to come before you. What I want to do we have slides? Yeah, I wanted to share some of the history. My name is Imam Adib Rashid from Masjid Khalifa. And what the history? Somebody? Next slide.
It's the remote up there. Richard didn't take it, did he? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you go? Yes, we'll pause there. So the history, I think this is important because when I came in, I heard the borough president very eloquently making a point that we are for the people. That's what he said. And he said that if you know, developers, they have their agenda, but our concern is for the people. And I want to state that we've been at that location, we meaning Master Khalifa and his members, since 1962, when Malcolm X, some of you all know him, know his name, he opened the doors and he gave us a legacy of working hard, reaching out to your neighbors, establishing educational excellence, community excellence, and things of that nature. And so henceforth from 1962 until, let's say, in the 1980s, we was there working. And then the city put the building up, that same building, 120 Madison Street, up for auction. Now, here we are, a community of ordinary people. We're not business people. We don't know anything about developing commercial properties or owning commercial properties, but we had to make a decision. Either we leave that corner, leave that neighborhood, or we continue on with our legacy. As a result, we went down and worked out a mortgage with the city to become owners of that property. We continue to do the work in that neighborhood, work like daycare centers, feeding the children that needed meals, morning, noon, and afternoon, evening, adult literacy program, and working with the neighborhood high school. We had an elementary school, and we was working with them, Dr. Leonard, and now Muhammad Adolphus Muhammad. So we continued, and we determined that I think we should stay, and that's what we've been doing all these years. Now here we are again. Fast forward to current. We had to make another decision to continue on with our legacy, doing this great work, helping out the children in the neighborhood who was getting caught up in the foster care system. I mean, the work just goes, the list goes on and on. We had to make a decision: sell the building and move on to someplace else, or stay in our neighborhood and continue on with our legacy. We chose to stay in the neighborhood and try to figure out how to repair this building. What can we do with this building to make sure that we can stay in there in a healthy and safe manner? The building is very old. So we took us 5 years to find a developer. Developers all over the place, just like the Borough President pointed out, they're everywhere. It's not hard to find, but we had to find the right one. And so we came across a company, Khalil Companies, and we partnered up with them to develop this project. I'm gonna turn it over to Khalil, the architect, and those who have more technical information. But what's happening here, this is our legacy, and this is what this is about. This is community members. We're not developers from outside. We're community members that have been there since 1962, who have a determination to keep our legacy moving forward. And in the process of doing that, we need to develop this project. This is not a vanity project. This is a legacy project. I just want to share that. Thank you very much. Khalil?
Hey, my name is Pierre Downing, founding principal of Kellogg Companies. Thanks again to the Borough President, Deputy, and everyone else here today for your attendance. So just real quick, just to give a quick overview of our company. You know, we've been around for roughly 15 years now, and we've been partnering with the city to redevelop approximately 5,000 units throughout, you know, the Bronx, Harlem. We're currently working in Bed-Stuy. And we have this wonderful opportunity to be a partner to, you know, a legacy and historic organization in Bed-Stuy that's really been there since the beginning. You can go to the next slide. So the vision for the site, you know, it's all there. We're looking to build 100% affordable senior housing project there and a new masjid community facility for Masjid Khalifa and the Claire Muhammad School. You know, the vision is simple. You know, our seniors are, you know, being pushed out of Bed-Stuy. The community has changed tremendously through the years. And we went through multiple iterations trying to identify like a financially feasible project and one that could deliver a state-of-the-art masjid and school back to Masjid Khalifa. And we landed on, after consultation with the community board, council members, our team, our design team, on pursuing this R7X application that we're presenting here today, to achieve the scale required to kind of a financially feasible project and to have a new masjid so that they're able to continue to be a community stakeholder and provide services and be a place for safe haven for kids, seniors, and so on. We go to the next slide. And here you have just a vision, a rendering of the new structure. To the left, you have the senior housing project, and then to the right at the corner of Madison and Bedford, you have the new Masjid Khalifa. And I'm going to turn it over to our architectural team to give a little bit of a presentation on the design.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shaniqua Henry, principal of SLM Architecture PC. We're a New York-based certified MWBE company that was formed by myself and my husband, Andrew, nearly 2 decades ago. Our mission is to impact the lives of over 10,000 families through design that reflects the voices, histories, and identities of the communities that we serve. Through intentional community engagement, we work to create spaces that honor local culture and foster a sense of belonging. The Khalifa Masjid School and Residences embodies this approach. It continues the legacy of Masjid Khalifa and the Claire Muhammad School, providing spaces that support growth of mind, body, and spirit. The inclusion of commercial spaces aligns with the principles of Malcolm X and Imam W.D. Muhammad, advancing economic empowerment and self-determination. Our design is grounded in its context. The material palette and facade articulation pay homage to the existing buildings that you'll see in later slide, brick color and ornamentation. To realize this vision, we are seeking an increase in zoning to provide 144 units of senior affordable housing. After studying alternatives and close collaboration with Khalifa Mosque and Khalil Companies, we concluded that a 12-story configuration offers the most balanced response and is still 2 stories below the maximum building height permitted for an R7X district. 12 stories allows us to set back the residential tower from the mosque, preserving the mosque's prominence as a spiritual anchor for the community. In conclusion, the Masjid Khalifa School and Residences represents what we as a community stand for: partnership, purpose, and pride. Its design is rooted in community, honoring heritage, expanding opportunity, and building stability for generations to come. I'm going to pass this to Giovanni to take the design.
Hi, everyone. My name is Giovanni Rabusin. I'm a design director at SLM Architecture. I just want to speak briefly about the program for both the community facility component and the residential component. For the community facility, we really endeavor to design the building component to support the mosque's mission of faith, education, and community service. For this component is designed to be versatile and multifunctioning to allow for various programming opportunities. At the cellar and ground floor levels, we have developed a multi-purpose room with a double height space to serve the community facility component, the community component and the school component. At the ground and second floor, it's dedicated to serving the school component. And at the top level, that's the musalla or prayer room that's dedicated to mosque services. Next slide. For the residential building component, this is a view looking at Putnam. The residential entry is located at the recessed portion at the setback level of the building on the left. And then you get the corner of commercial space that's located at along Bedford and Putnam. In terms of the residential programming, since this is a senior building, we really want to design amenities that cater to the programming of the seniors occupying the building. So there will be amenities such as social service programming. There will be gathering spaces throughout the building, a dedicated community room, and off of that community room will be a rear yard terrace for access by the seniors, as well as fitness area, computer room, and a laundry facility.
Hi, my name is Andrew Albrecht. I'm with Hershen Singer and Epstein, land use counselor to the applicant. So this vision that you heard about a revitalized community anchor and over 100 new affordable homes That's only really possible with the R7X zoning. The greater density allows greater affordability and financeability at city agencies like HPD. And not only that, but next slide, please. It's certainly an appropriate district to respond to the affordability crisis here. As I'm sure you all know, there's a web of transit access in this area. To the north, you've got the G running up to Long Island City, the A and the C to the south going into Manhattan, out to Jamaica, the shuttle down to Prospect Park. You've got regional rail with the Long Island Railroad to points on Long Island, borough-spanning bus routes going north-south, east-west. And for the particulars of this project, substantially all of these stations will be ADA accessible by the end of the decade. So seniors who live here can still access these great transit resources. Zooming a little bit further, we're on Bedford Avenue. It's a wide street. It's a commercial corridor in the area. Those sort of things can both be further activated by this project and not be overwhelmed by it. And all of this adds up to the Borough President's recommendation in their 2025 report. They suggest that this area properly can accommodate 14.9 additional people per acre. And we think the R7X rezoning here is an appropriate way to achieve that goal. And to achieve the goals of this project, this revitalized community anchor, affordable homes for seniors, where do we go from here? How do we get from this moment to all those great things happening? And I'll finally turn it over to Amy to take us there.
So just quickly to end our presentation, what's ahead? So we're here, right, having this hearing as part of the ULURP process. We are hoping to close with HPD through their SARA program, either the end of this year or the beginning of 2027. With construction starting shortly thereafter, about 2 years of construction and about 9 months of lease up. So hoping to get through the ULURP process in the coming months and we're moving towards that financial closing. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. We have a few questions for the team. The first pertaining to commercial space. So currently, at the existing site, there's about 14,000 square feet of commercial uses on the bottom floor of the development, while the proposed project has less zoning square feet of commercial first floor uses, about 5,000. How would right of first refusal work for current tenants if only about a third of the existing space is going to remain?
Yeah, so the current proposed structure has about 8,000 square feet of commercial space, which is a reduction from what is there currently. That the majority, the reason for the reduction is, because we're building a school and a mosque as an adjacent structure, so that reduced the opportunity for commercial space. We are exploring more opportunities to increase that ground floor commercial space to allow for more tenants to return if they would like to. The mosque, the leadership has been in communication with the current tenants for a few years now, updating them periodically about the development process. We've also engaged a relocation consultant who is starting the process of meeting with each individual commercial tenant to understand what their needs are, whether they want to be permanently or temporarily relocated. What some folks may be retiring and may not want to relocate at all. So as we're working through that process, we'll update the Borough President's office on those findings. But we are also contemplating subsidizing relocation costs as well, right, to make sure that the current tenants, if they choose to move, that they are accommodated financially.
Thank you. And if any existing commercial businesses do opt to return to the new development, would they be offered the same rents that they currently have?
So no, it would be at market rent. That is also that we've been working with the HPD through their program on underwriting the deal to make it financially feasible. That does require us to charge market rent in order to increase the debt on the property, which in turn reduces city subsidy. The city wants to use their dollars most efficiently, so minimizing city subsidy is a priority.
And where will loading and delivery occur on the site? Has the applicant engaged with the Department of Transportation to discuss how to manage minimal conflicts with pedestrian, cyclist, and vehicle traffic on Bedford Avenue?
Yeah, so we're in the very sort of preliminary stages of pre-development, working through design. We are, currently investigating loading and delivery locations. Based on sort of the current layout of the commercial space, we're not anticipating, a supermarket, for example, where you would need constant loading or you need a loading dock. Also, I would note that on Madison Avenue, there is currently a no standing during school days rule that would remain. And on Putnam Ave, where the site is, there's a bus stop right in front of the residential entrance, which is a huge amenity for seniors, and that would also stay as well. That would be during construction. The bus stop will be temporarily relocated. There's also a bike lane on Bedford that would also be relocated more into the street. So we'll work through those logistics through our logistics plan that is required to be submitted through and approved by DOT.
Thank you. This panel is now excused. We will now call for testimony on this application from members of the public in attendance and online tonight. Please note that all comments are limited to 2 minutes.
Okay, and as a reminder for anyone who is online, please raise your hand if you plan to testify on this item, which is 1166 Bedford, so that we know to call on you after we finish with the room. So we will start with, and apologies if I'm having trouble with the handwriting, but our first speaker will be Erwin Denry, followed by Rashid Kareem, followed by Ayana Mohammed.
Are any of those 3 folks in the room? Oh, yes, please approach the mic and just state your name so we know who to cross off. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ayana Mohammed, and I am a lifelong member of Masjid Abdul Musi Khalifa, and I'm also on the board of directors there. Just wanted to say I'm a legacy child. My parents were on the original board of directors that helped get us through that transition from Malcolm X to where it is right now. And here I stand trying to bring the legacy, to bring it into the next generation. We see in a lot of places that a lot of children and a lot of people my age don't really care. They don't want to see any type of progress. They move away. They just, throw away everything. But not only am I here to represent that group to say that we are in favor of this project, we also want to provide and show our appreciation for the seniors who have led the way for us and give them not only an affordable place to live, but a very decent and beautiful community that they can live within each other in the community in which they're from. Live in decency, live not in squalor, and live with affordable prices. On top of that, to also show how much we care about the community, we have a church that is right across the street from us. We have spoken to the church. They are also in full acceptance of this project. We spoke to the trustees and the board there, and they said if you guys have any questions for them, you are also welcome to contact them in regard to this. So we also reached out to community, let them know that there are going to be some disruptions. We plan to address any disruptions that it causes. We plan to have a text thread to be able to update people on what's going on, keep them abreast of any issues, and for them to be able to, whatever grievances they have, or just to show their appreciation for what's happening, there'll be open communication throughout the entire project. So just want to let you know that this is definitely a project for the community, by the community, in a place where there's so much gentrification happening all over the place. Why let a big developer come in and do this? Why not let the people in the community do it for themselves? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Borough President and staff. My name is Nashi Kareem. My wife and I have been a member of that community of Masjid Musa Khalifa for over 50 years. And I remember as a younger man going throughout the neighborhood selling fish right in H&G. I think some of you might have known about that or been in the area, living in the area, and have purchased some of that. But that was a project of Whiting H&G to help the community, eat better. And I went throughout the community. We went throughout the community, selling at a very low price, to our neighbors all out throughout the community. And even though the community has changed somewhat, they say gentrification, whatever the case is, but even the people there, they are respectful of that masjid and that masjid around in that area. We have our Eid programs, the holiday, we close the block and the people come out, they enjoy themselves. Some of them, we want to help while we're fixing up and doing. I remember last year, one of the ladies came by, she asked me, what were you doing? We told her, and she got in and started helping us too, So we've been there, a long time, and politicians have come through there. Yes, many politicians. I'm not going to name them, but they have come through, spoke. Why did they come? Because that area and that masjid is an influence in the community. They know it's good for the community. The community, we help out, like the imam mentioned earlier. Food programs, social programs. We're there for the community. Our generation, our children, they want a new something to help. As they grow up. The place is nice. It's big. I love it, but it takes a lot to keep it up. So our children need something that they can afford to maintain. So I speaking here because I have a stake in this community. We have a stake in this community. We love this community. So we know it's a light in the community.
Thank you for your testimony.
Safety.
Time is
Thank you very much.
exhausted.
And,
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Sophia Beckles, followed by H. Nicholson. And then after, we will go to online for Khalik Lewis.
Good evening. My name is Sophia Beckles, and I just wanted to come tonight just to show my support of this project. I've been a member of the community for nearly 30 years. My children have benefited from the school at Clara Muhammad at Masjid Khalifa, and I'm just really hopeful and excited about my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren having the opportunity to benefit from such a wonderful program. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Mhm. Are you H. Nicholson? Is this your name? Okay. When we call all the names, we'll say if anyone wants to speak, and then you can do that. Okay.
If anyone did not sign in initially and wishes to provide public comment, there will be a moment where we will ask for those who additionally wish to comment to raise their hands. So do not worry, you will be able to speak at that time.
And is H. Nicholson still here? No. Oh, yes.
Good evening. I'm a member of Masjid Abdul Musi Khalifa. I've been there for over 30 years. My family has been there. We have grown in the community. We have participated in the Boy Scouts, Eid activities, supporting and inviting the community. And it's been a wonderful experience for myself. And I look forward to continuing it and having a place, a beacon, where the community and strangers and friends can come and continue to enjoy the festivities, the enlightenments, and the growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we unmute Khalik Lewis online?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mr. President, and all the members of that board. My name is Khalik Lewis. I've been a part of the Masjid Musi Khalifa community for 30 plus years. I want to say maybe about 35 years. I am an educator there. I teach the martial arts programs there to the children and people in the community. We have been, I want to say, really helping not just people at that have been a part of that mosque, but other people have come from churches and like to come and enjoy the festivities there. I'm looking forward to continuing on with that legacy. Ms. Ayana spoke earlier about being a legacy child. Many of the legacy children there have attended my classes, and I don't want to see that ever go. I want to continue to be able to host that for many people that are there. As gentrification does go, it does unfortunately drive prices up, and some people have nowhere to go. You have a lot of young people that unfortunately turn to the streets, and we want them to turn inward and have a place not only for the martial arts and those programs and disciplines to be able to continue, but we want them to also be a part of what our legacy is and continue on. Thank you for allowing me to share that.
Thank you so much. Our next few speakers are Robert it looks like MCK, maybe I'm sorry, I'm not able to read the handwriting. MCK BBUSR, Robert, A. Mohammed, and Christian McCallahan, perhaps? Is there a Robert?
Peace and blessings, everyone. I want to yield my talk to, we call her Mama B. I see she came up to the podium, so can she come up? I'm yielding my talk to her.
So generally we don't allow people to yield time, but there will be a moment at the end where if anyone hasn't signed up, they can raise their hand, but just to keep the procedure clean.
For the sake of time, I walked into this building 57 years ago. I was 16 years old. I walked into the first resurrection, so to speak, handed my letter in, and I didn't follow the process of the original nation. I went on into Islam proper, we'll say. However, 10 years later, I found myself in the masjid at Khalifa, teaching a poetry class, which is known as People of Excellent Thought, Revitalizing Youth, and also developing some of the E's, which, by the way, we're having an Eid coming up in a few days, which is very much, can I say, community welcome. The community enjoys our festivities on the street. It's a staple in the community. This project is really more than a project. It is a legacy. It's a life-giving legacy. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. A. Mohammed. That's you. Okay, so we missed Robert. Christian? Is there a Christian here? No. Idris Abdullah?
Yes, he's here.
Peace and blessings. Good evening to all. My name is Idris Abdullah. I am a former member of Community Board 3, presently serve on the Land Use Committee for Community Board 3. I serve as the 79th Precinct Community Council for that district. I just want to say a couple of things. About 35 years ago, before the Islamic Muslim community established their presence there, no one, and if you knew Bedford Avenue, Franklin, Fulton, Bedford Avenue, Franklin, down to Franklin, Putnam, Madison, nobody wanted to come in that area. That area was so heavily corrupted with drugs, so heavily corrupted with prostitution, so heavily corrupted that no one even thought about coming to that community until we did. The Muslim community took a stand and did a 60-day patrol in that whole area. And when we did that, we cleaned up that area so much that then everyone began to want to start to come and move there. We made history over there. And a lot of brothers that came out there and fought with us, some of them got locked up. It got to a point where the drug dealers was calling the cops on us. And the thing about it was, at that time, I was one of the liaisons or one of the executive board members of the 79th Precinct. So I say that to say, I am a long resident. I am a stakeholder in this community. We made history then, and we'll be making history now with this project. In the area right now, there has been over a good, I would say, 25 to 3,000 housing of apartments put up in that area within a 3 or 4 block radius. Not one of those projects came to our board. They skated around our board. If you know the history of the Slave Theater, when we called them to come and do a presentation.
I'm afraid we're at time.
Oh,
And we
okay.
have a big room tonight.
Okay, so again, we will be making history on this particular project because 100% of the housing will be going to our seniors. Out of the 5,000 or 6,000 housing units, none of them even attempted to come and say they wanted to do this. So this here is something that I come today for our committee, Land Use Committee. We want the Borough President to understand and hear loud and clear. We want them to know that we voted this project 20-2 with 1 abstention. So again, and we thank the committee, the development committee, for coming and hearing and listening to what we said. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Next is Michael Shabazz.
And folks, as you may have noticed, the chime on the clock is not very loud, so I will be remarking when time is up. Please don't take it personally, but as you can see, we have a lot of people here to speak tonight, so we want to keep the hearing moving.
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, for those who don't know or appreciate the history of Masjid Khalifa, I was basically raised up there, going back to the early 60s. And the condition of that place as it stands now, it's definitely in need of strong renovation and everything else that go along with that. So I'm basically here as a child that was raised up in that community going back to the 60s, that it is indispensable that something should be done about that. And for all those Muslims, I would like for them to clap, because they knew the condition of that place or what the situation and circumstances are. And we fully support a total renovation of the masjid. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to speak on this item who has not signed up? If so, you can come up to the front.
And just be sure to state your name at the beginning of your comments.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Beatrice Sabir, a standing tenant at the building that we're here to discuss this evening. As our brothers were out in the street cleaning up Fulton Street, Bedford Avenue, Nostrand Avenue, all those places where unkind people should not have been in the first place. We were there, and I'm blessed to say that I was the head chef and cook at that school. We had, so that you know, we're not fly by night, over 200 registered students for school, 9 to 5, 9 to 3, and we also had an after-school program. So with that being said, a lot has been taken from us, but things that are taken from us that God will, He will replace it with better. So I just want to say that we intend to have a full-fledged school, a place for our seniors, a place to have religious and environmental activities. And with that, we're going to grow and develop that area in there. And anyone that's capable of helping us or whatever you can do, please feel free. And as the brother said earlier, we're having our festivities. This is a month of fasting for us. So next week, maybe the 20th, the 19th or the 20th, we will be having that celebration there. We do celebrate when we have a good time. After all the spiritual activities during the month, we'll be there. And if anyone feel free, please come by, okay? And we just want to thank everyone for coming out and listening to what we have to say about what our building and where we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Assalamu alaikum. That's my wife there, Beatrice Sabir. She wouldn't acknowledge me, but that's okay. I'm a young 81.
Sorry, can you please state your name?
Benjamin Sabir.
Thank you so much.
All right. Husband of Beatrice Sabir.
Yes.
Okay.
Noted.
I first entered that building 1970. I accepted the religion of Al-Islam in 1968. My wife accepted in 1964. At that time, it was referred to as Temple 7C. I have more history there than I can think of. Over the course of my membership in originally the Nation of Islam, and now it's just pure Islam that we practice, it's been very, very rewarding. Made a lot of sacrifices over the years, and this is something that I've dreamt of, that hopefully, inshallah, that one day that something of this magnitude could take place. So here we are in 2026. Being 81, I'm on the downward slope of life, and some of the seniors know what I'm referring to. So this is a prayer in my personal life that I see is about to be answered, to see something prestigious that we as a community was able to get accomplished. We have financial help from the outside, yes, but we have maintained this structure going back to the early 60s and have been able to maintain it, keep it, and now we're on the threshold of something miraculously happening. And the structure is going to be housing, they say, all seniors. Here's the first application right here. But inshallah, we hope that the community board will, not the community board, with the borough president will look on this in favor and make this, help us to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Last call for anyone in the room who would like to speak on this item. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
My name is Ed Powell. I am the president of the Board of Directors of Masjid Khalifa. Very briefly, why is this project necessary?
Sorry, are you a part of the applicant team officially? Where's the team?
I came up as part of the applicant team, yes.
Is he part?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. We just take testimony from community members following the applicant presentation. So very much appreciate you being here. But as part of the organization, we'll ask that the comments from the team presentation stand.
Understood. Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Okay, anyone else online who would like to raise their hand, now is the time.
And if you called in on the phone rather than the app, you can raise your hand by pressing *3.
I think we're good.
All right, hearing no further comment, this item is now closed. Correct that. We got one hand raised. So this item is not closed. We're still hearing a piece of testimony for the second agenda item.
Okay.
For the phone number ending in 37. If you could please state your name at the beginning of the testimony.
There.
If you can select unmute on your phone, you should be able to speak. They've been unmuted on our end. They've been unmuted on our end. Okay. Oh, there we go.
There we go. Okay.
May I speak?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Ibon Muhammad. I have been a member of Masjid Abdul Musi Khalifa since 1969, when it was Temple number 7C. We have dedicated our lives to support of our community and the upliftment of our community. I started out as a young teenager, and now I am the senior citizen. My children and grandchildren still attend. My grandson was in martial arts class there just last night. I am so much in favor of this project because so many of our seniors are they have nowhere to stable to live, nowhere that they can afford. We have reached out to the church across the street and tell them that we are very anxious to service their seniors as well, because as a Muslim masjid and as a church, right, a Christian church across the street, we have had excellent relationships and cooperation over the years. I have been an affordable housing developer for 40 years of my life. I was the housing director for the Fifth Avenue Committee for 10 years doing downtown affordable housing development. I've been long gone since I retired. But I am so much in support of this project. It was carefully thought out. It was carefully thought through. And it was done with love, sincere love for this community that we serve. Not just our community within the masjid and within our ranks as Muslims, but the surrounding community and our people who are constantly being displaced from the community they helped to create and preserve. Now they don't have a part of it anymore, and in a short while, we'll all be gone. So, I understand what displacement is. This is an
Thank you.
anti-gentrification
Your
movement.
time is expiring. If you could wrap up.
Okay, I've said everything I want to say, and thank you for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, hearing no further comment, this second agenda item is now closed. Please call the third item.
Calendar item number 3, Monitor Point, An application by Goki LLC seeking a large-scale general development, zoning map amendment, zoning text amendment, chair certification, and a city map amendment to facilitate the development of a new 33,000 square foot museum and educational facility and 2 additional new buildings with approximately 877,888 gross square feet of residential space with approximately 1,150 dwelling units, 300 of which income restricted, approximately 25,700 square feet of local retail space, and approximately 37,000 gross square feet of below-grade parking, and approximately 45,000 square feet of new open space at 40 Key Street in the Williamsburg neighborhood of Community District 1. Please state your name and present this application.
Good evening, Borough President Reynoso, Borough President staff. Good evening to the public. My name is Varun Sanyal, and I represent the development company, Gotham Organization. For Monitor Point, we are very, very excited to present a vision for the Greenpoint waterfront that transforms a largely inaccessible industrial site into a vibrant community. A hub that's defined by deeply affordable housing, a permanent home for a historic Greenpoint institution, and a meaningful expansion of public open space. This is not just a housing development. It is a definition of a public-private partnership that is led by community input to ensure that we are achieving the best possible outcome. Next slide, please. The project team. We are proud to be partnering with the Greenpoint Modern Museum and the MTA. We are not the landowner, nor the long-term landlord. We are simply leasing the land from the MTA on a long-term lease. Our previous work encapsulates the public-private partnerships that we've executed all throughout the city. Innovative Urban Village in the East New York section of Brooklyn with Pastor A.R. Bernard, the Broome Street development in the Lower East Side with the Chinese American Planning Council, and a project on the far west side of Manhattan with Covenant House. These projects are very complicated and developed with not only city agencies, elected officials, but also with the community. And we've done hundreds and hundreds of community meetings. Affordable housing advocates, NYCHA tenant associations, open space advocates. And this project really is pushed by the input that we've received all throughout the almost decade plus endeavor. This is the project site. So in red, we see 40 Key Street. That's currently the MTA mobile wash facility. And in blue is 56 Key Street, which is owned by the Greenpoint Modern Museum and was deeded to them in 2003. So this is the project at a glance. We are delivering approximately 1,150 affordable units. Sorry, 150 total units, 40% of them affordable. We're adding 51,500 square feet of open space. And we're also unlocking the front door of Box Street Park in the northern fringes of the Greenpoint neighborhood. We're investing upfront capital to relocate and construct a brand new MTA facility in the IBZ. And we're providing critical funding for the maintenance of Bushwick Glenwood Park. We really commend Borough President Reynoso and the team for the comprehensive plan of Brooklyn. It really guided us very, very strongly to try to create and propose an equitable project to ensure that all Brooklynites have the opportunity to be housed. And this slide really represents a sample of the different components of the plan that we're helping to put into action. The first component is transit. We're removing neighborhood truck traffic. Climate and sustainability. It's a contaminated site, and we're remediating the site. And putting up all electric buildings. Public realm. Sorry, the IT issues keeps Okay, perfect. Next slide, please. Public realm. We're providing a public waterfront esplanade and open space, not privatized. Housing, approximately 460 permanently affordable homes at deep skews and no displacement. And community infrastructure, a permanent space for the Greenpoint Modern Museum and hundreds of construction jobs. And with that, I'll pass it along to Sean Fitzpatrick from the MTA.
Next slide, please. I'm Sean Fitzpatrick, Deputy Chief of Staff at MTA Construction and Development. The MTA is proud to partner with Gotham and with the Monitor Museum on this project. It achieves several of our sort of key goals as we look to see how we can both meet the MTA's goals and support citywide initiatives. So this will be a project that will support us operationally. The mobile wash unit is an essential part of how we keep subway stations clean. If you know that you've seen the power washers that come in late at night, you'll know the work of the mobile wash unit, which helps us, again, keep subway stations looking clean. It's located currently in a 1970s warehouse with significant state of good repair issues and in a neighborhood that no longer is a sort of industrial waterfront. And so by moving to a new location, we're thrilled to be able to move us to an operationally sort of appropriate location with a brand new facility that's fit to purpose. In addition to that, this project will raise revenue for the MTA. As Varun noted, the MTA retains ownership of this land and will be receiving rent over the course of a 99-year period, in addition to the sort of in-kind benefit of receiving this new facility. And on top of that, we've worked very closely. We care deeply about the input we've received from sort of local community partners. And we're thrilled to be able to support, a partnership with HPD to increase the affordability on this site, even beyond what mandatory inclusionary housing requires, and to work with the Parks Department to make this really, fit in very nicely with the park project development underway in the neighborhood. So from our perspective, this is a great public-private partnership that we're thrilled to be here on. If you go to the next slide, this just shows in detail when it shows in detail the sort of moving parts here. So in addition to relocating our mobile wash facilities from 40 Key Street, it will also allow us to relocate the emergency response unit that is sort of up near the future Box Street Park, the in-construction Box Street Park in the northern part of Greenpoint, both of which will move to an appropriate facility in the East Williamsburg industrial business zone. So the MTA is proud to be a partner on this project. And with that, I'll turn it over to the next applicant team.
Hi, I'm Gina Worth. I'm from Scape Landscape Architecture. I'm design principal and partner, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share the kind of vision for the landscape for Monitor Point. Just to speak quickly about some of the existing conditions for the project, as you can see, there are many challenging conditions with the site today. It's an existing industrial warehouse. It's 71,000 square feet maintenance facility on a site zoned for housing since 2005. And the current site from a landscape and public access and waterfront perspective does not allow for current public access to the waterfront. And this is one of the things we're trying to remediate with this project. The sites are also themselves contaminated, and so a large cleanup effort is part of the project proposal. Next slide. On the waterfront edge and waterfront side, it's great. It's next to the great natural resource of the Bushwick Inlet, but the lot and the land itself today is in a highly degraded condition. It's highly vulnerable to sea level rise and climate change. The edges are currently eroding and causing sedimentation to enter into the inlet, and the site itself is mostly lawn and invasive species colonizing many of the edges. It's not publicly accessible, so it's providing this kind of gap in what could be a continuous public waterfront edge. And so overall, it is in a degraded ecological state. Next slide. And so some of those conditions are shown here on this map. There are areas, particularly the kind of longer, skinnier edge of the site that are very actively eroding and vulnerable to sea level rise even today. There are issues of sedimentation, issues of collapsed bulkheads and collapsed edges, as well as a limited public access. There's been a lot of great developments with New York City Parks Department and many community advocates kind of working to get the Motiva parcel of Bushwick Inlet Park expanded. And that is recently constructed and opening to the public soon. And the whole goal of this project is to better connect and tie into this waterfront so it is not a like dead end condition. Next slide. And so here, this diagram shows that potential connection. There are public waterfront sites to the north of this project. And with the development of this site and the regeneration of this public and more ecological waterfront, there could be the strong public connection both around the waterfront edge, but also through what we're calling the park portal, which is directly aligned with West Street and would tie up to Key Street and be another very generous public space that would invite people into both the project and the greater waterfront, enabling the Motiva parcel to not be a dead end and be connected. Next slide. And so there are many public realm benefits within this project that align with the greater comprehensive plan and vision of the Brooklyn Borough President. Varun spoke to some of them: 51,500 square feet of new publicly accessible waterfront, additional investments in the maintenance of Bushwick Inlet Park, as well as the MTA relocation enabling the long promised Fox Street Park. The project itself will enhance and actually widen the planted buffer from building edge to waterfront. And there'll be significant improvements for Key Street, including bicycle and pedestrian and traffic improvements, including the addition of street trees. And so also one last important point is that the new park space that's added will be directly adjacent to new community facility space and public bathrooms open to the public. Next slide. And just to show a couple images of this emerging landscape design, this is that public park portal. We are designing it wider than current requirements require. And so what you see is this very generous view. This is like looking from West Street, where currently today there is that warehouse wall. This is the view that you would have of the public space leading you to Bushwick Inlet and Bushwick Inlet Park. As a design team, we've tried to think very creatively about how to reference the ecological history of this greater area, thinking about the patterns of the tidal marshes that once existed here, trying to bring that into the form of the pavement and the form of the planting beds, but also the function of this space. So this is a space where stormwater can be captured and filtered by vegetation and also expressed in the form of a dry creek bed, along with lots of other more human-friendly elements like places for public seating, places for gathering, places potentially for public art and other kinds of like lighting installations, and the restroom structures kind of visible on the left side of the screen. Next slide. This is looking from one of those elevated portions of the public park portal. Again, that view from kind of West Street looking in. We're trying to provide lots of different like scales and types of trees, particularly native understory and canopy trees here to provide shade for the site. And again, always thinking about like best ecological practices of permeable paving, stormwater management, and dry creek bed planting spaces here. Next slide. Once you get to this overlook of the greater Bushwick Inlet and Park, this is a moment we're thinking about creating a water feature within this space that could be a great place for families to come gather and overlook the inlet and actually be able to engage and safely touch water in this area, something that's very hard to do in New York City. Next slide. And then as the waterfront wraps around, this is looking kind of along the western edge of the waterfront. Again, trying to make sure this space feels like very welcoming, very democratic, very open, very publicly accessible. Here we would be adjacent to the newly proposed Monitor Museum, which is part of this greater project. So lots of opportunities for like indoor, outdoor classroom space, stewardship, and learning about the history of the USS Monitor on this site, overlooking the site where it was created. So you're also seeing elements like native planting and seating and social seating within these spaces. Next slide. This whole project is designed to be fully ADA accessible so that people of all ages and abilities and different generations can access the waterfront and provide spaces for outdoor education and immersive gathering. I think another very important component of the landscape design that also aligns with the comprehensive plan is thinking about this as a very resilient waterfront edge. We're trying to stabilize the edge, lift it, make it more flood resilient over time, prevent that erosion of contaminated material from going into the inlet, and also really enhance the layered native diverse planting within the project and within the park design itself. So I think we can move the next slide. And this is just a summary slide of like many of those elements coming together, these connective pieces, both this very wide, generous park portal connecting from west and the larger linear waterfront that connects into Bushwick Inlet Park and really helps kind of fill these missing gaps or these missing links between a publicly accessible waterfront. This diagram is also just referencing some of the larger native planting zones that we're proposing, as well as the stabilized shoreline and some of the elements within the architecture, like bird-safe glass and pollinator roofs that could really help contribute to the function of this space. And I'll pass it to Dan from the FX team. Thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Good evening. I'm Dan Kaplan, Senior Partner at FX Collaborative Architects, located down the street here in downtown Brooklyn. Next slide, please. Did you want to? You already, yeah, I think you already, there we go. So I want to talk about the overall master plan, the massing, the architecture. I'm going to start with this slide. On the left is, this is a skyline elevation of the east side of the East River with Hunters Point South on your left and Domino on your right, and we're in the middle. And the first thing is the size and height of the building is very much commensurate, of the buildings is very much commensurate with the other developments along this waterfront, and especially those with significant public benefits of open space and community facilities. Next. As we massed the buildings on the site, the first thing was to have the buildings be a frame, a complement to the great network of open spaces that Gina just talked about. Starting on your right, the extension of West Street that comes down 108 feet wide. This is nearly double the width of West Street. It comes down, bringing the park and all that beautiful landscape that Gina just described to the community. In addition, the open space will be complemented by a community facility that's immediately adjacent to the park and also public restrooms. Likewise, along Key Street, heading west, is a direct line of sight out to the waterfront, and that too will be complemented by a community facility in the Monitor Museum. So we are bringing programming and open space connection of the waterfront to the community. Secondly, we have pushed the buildings back and stepped them back from the edge of the waterfront from 86 to 124 feet. This is wider than it is today, as Gina referenced. And then we have complemented that by creating tiered setbacks so that the buildings step up and away. And lastly, on this slide, the buildings are pushed to the north, minimizing the shadows on the inlet and on the open space. An extensive shadow analysis was done in the DIS, and it showed no significant adverse effects. And that really is due to the fact that these buildings are pushed, they are on the north side and pushed further away from the open space. Next. As we then moved up the building and crafted the massing, in order to avoid a series of buildings that are all on the same grid and are a series of soldiers, if you will, lined up, we integrated the architecture in and the massing into the neighborhood by creating 3 different orientations. On your right, that building, when it pops back up, is aligned with the Greenpoint grid. The center building is aligned to the North Williamsburg grid, and the left building is aligned to the Collier Street grid. So it creates this looser, more organic, softer massing than a totally orthogonal one. And it also has the virtue of having the two larger buildings act as sort of a bowl pulled to the north away from the park. Next slide, please. Finally, in terms of the massing, we've stepped the buildings down towards the community so that the tallest building is to the west, the shortest building is to the east, and in addition, the buildings themselves taper. They have a more traditional New York City high-rise form, if you will, as opposed to being just an extrusion with a sawn-off top. Next. In terms of the architectural expression, we wanted to avoid the all-glass building and create something that had texture, scale, materiality, shadow. Were based on individual windows as opposed to wide expanses of glass, color, and came up with this composition of something that, again, is a contemporary take on a more traditional set of building facade treatments. Finally, this treatment of individual windows with opaque surrounds has the virtue of being more insulated than and more energy efficient than large sheets of glass, helping us to achieve ultra low energy building status, all electric building, and also LEED Gold certification. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jean. We'll talk about the Monitor Museum. Thanks. Get that out of your way.
Good evening. I'm Gene Travers. I'm pro bono land use counsel to the Greenpoint Monitor Museum. Most of you already know the museum for its school programs at PS 110, the Monitor School, and MS 126, John Erickson Middle School. Since 2001, the museum has educated thousands of local children and adults about Greenpoint's rich maritime history, including the construction and launching of the famous Civil War battleship USS Monitor right next to Bushwick Inlet. This project will allow the museum to fulfill its mission of constructing a permanent home on its land at 56 Key Street. That land was donated to the museum by Motiva in 2003 with the express purpose of creating a museum dedicated to the USS Monitor. The museum's land is and always has been privately owned. The city has confirmed in writing that it has no intention of acquiring the museum's land and that the museum is free to build a permanent home on its property. Consistent with that legal status of the museum's land, one of the actions requested by this application is to remove an archaic park designation from the property. I also want to emphasize that this project will not only deliver a home for the museum, but will also deliver permanent affordable housing through the activation of the museum's development rights. And also 60% of the museum's land will become public waterfront open space, completing the missing shoreline link between Greenpoint and Williamsburg. And it's important to note that the permanent home for the museum and this public waterfront open space will be constructed at the exact same time as the development on the MTA parcel. The museum's incredibly proud to play a key role in delivering these benefits to its community. And with your support, it looks forward to educating many more generations to come at its new waterfront home. Thank you.
Thank you. And noting the time, if the presentation could move along, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I'll be expedient. Brian Kelly with the Gotham organization. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity. I think the comprehensive plan name of One Brooklyn is quite fitting. They say why. The proposed actions intend to make the project for One Brooklyn to create public equity. It's not just about open space, but it is. It's not just about housing, but it is. And it's not just about workforce development, the museum, and all the other many benefits. So the zoning actions create the opportunity to do something that's more modern relative to the zoning map. That's changing manufacturing zoning on the museum site to R8 residential to unlock development rights for affordable housing. That's upzoning the MTA's land, and that's creating the opportunity for mixed use. That would include the museum. So there'll be zoning text amendments, including mapping MIH, a large-scale general development special permit, which become a restrictive declaration that ensures we do things like maintain the waterfront and build the affordable housing. City map amendment to remove the obsolete park designation. Again, it's not parkland because the museums own the land since the zoning was changed back in 2005, and a chair certification for waterfront access. These actions unlock residential, open space, museum uses, and local commercial conveniences. Most importantly, the zoning change unlocks 50% of the incremental zoning floor area is for permanent affordable housing. Zoning action, public equity. Delivering housing, next slide please, comes with growth and choice. Yes, there's been a lot of housing built in North Brooklyn. Unfortunately, only 11% of those homes have been for lower income households. The majority of those homes have also been on the income restricted side for middle income, mostly unattainable for people working class. Our West building will include 25% permanently affordable homes forever at deep skews at 40 AMI, 60 AMI, and 80. We'll talk about who that's affordable whom. I've learned that in my career. It needs to be affordable for the right people, the working class. The East building, working in public-private partnership, will develop additional affordable housing with a turnkey building under the new construction program. Why so early in ULURP? Why such a big give? Because we heard in 150 community meetings what was important. We're housing builders for over 115 years of organization, and we take affordable housing very seriously. Also, not just units. These are homes. These are where families are going to be created and raised. No less than 30% of these homes will be for 2 and 3 bedrooms, and we're going to really work hard to make at least 40% of those homes are for families. Next slide, please. Housing. We want to create housing that provides public equity. Yes, there will be market rate homes. I get it. But on the flip side, we're going to create a lot of permanent affordability. According to One Brooklyn, this is a new capacity priority area. It's transit oriented. It's walkable to the G and the L on a ferry. Access to jobs. It has the potential for residential density, land use diversity, and subway ridership. Next slide, please. Density unlocks affordability. The MTA site is zoned for housing. It's R6. I can tell you right now, factually, someone could develop 100% market rate condominiums. The MTA, Gotham, and the museum made a decision that that is not for the public good. Alternatively, since the city of yes, one could do what's called universal UAP. So you could develop affordable housing combined with 45X and build 56 affordable apartments. It's a drop in the bucket. Alternatively, by combining the land with the museum's land and changing the zoning from R6 to R8 across the board, we can create 50% increment in real deep affordability. That 50% increment is what allows this development to be 40% permanently affordable. That's 460 permanently affordable homes versus a whopping 56 or 0 if the only initiative was to make money. That's not what we're here to do. Next slide, please. So what does affordability look like? I could tell you the market rate rents in Greenpoint, Williamsburg, North Brooklyn, Central Brooklyn, they're a lot higher than that. At 40 AMI, where a lot of our homes are tied to from an income band perspective, a 2-bedroom apartment goes for $1,458. A 2-bedroom in Greenpoint, Williamsburg go for 5 to 6 times that amount. How about at 60 AMI for a 1-bedroom at $1,822? This is real affordable housing. These are folks on the subways riding day in and day out, working hard to get a chance at real affordable housing. Next slide, please. So let's talk examples. I respect your time, so we don't have to go through all 4, but a paralegal and a teaching assistant with a combined income of $105,000 at 80% AMI could get a 2-bedroom apartment, which would be 3X or more of that in the market. Or a single parent, junior graphic designer, making $65,000 at 50 AMI. It's again, real affordable housing. Next slide, please. Strengthening access to opportunity. more than $800 million in development costs, creating real jobs for 32BJ, Union, Local 79 on the construction side with us, transit jobs preserved. We're not eliminating the mobile wash unit, the emergency response unit, the material control storage unit, putting it in an appropriate place in a brand new turnkey facility and home, also walkable to transit, and creating on-site jobs. So this is an economic boom too. For what? For a warehouse today, which is not providing any incremental value in the museum's land, which remains untapped. Next slide, please. So as a community, and I like the word One Brooklyn, we have two choices. Either we come together and agree that perfect is the enemy of the good. We all want the park. We all want open space. We all want all affordable housing. You can't have all of it. What we can do is work together to create balance. We can create a transformative investment as partners, as a community, or we could say the status quo is sufficient. I think common sense would say the status quo isn't. So in summary, next slide, please. The status quo is the following. The trucks remain on site. The ongoing shoreline will continue to decay. The public realm is not opened. There is no housing, or if there is, it will be someone else who will just build the highest and best use, because eventually the MTA has to leave. And there's no economic investment or home for the museum. The alternative, maybe it's great in some minds, maybe it's imperfect in others, maybe it's okay to some. But the alternative is putting the replacement facility in an appropriate location in a brand new home, turnkey, not just moving the MTA. So everybody understands, if the zoning is approved, we are going to spend $60 million to build the MTA a brand new home so they can leave the site. That's not just getting a U-Haul, that's an investment to unlock a housing site. Significant environmental stabilization, significant amounts of housing. All housing is important in a housing crisis, but especially deep affordability, a tremendous amount of jobs in the museum, and also support for the Bushwick Inlet Park. Last thing I would say is, I think this project is momentous to the park. It brings energy to the north side of the park, and it makes the park even that more due. With that, I thank you so much for the opportunity.
Great, thank you. We have a few questions for you. So approximately how much revenue would the proposed development actions contribute to the MTA, and how would this revenue be used?
Transaction provides various components to the MTA. First is the value of constructing the MTA facility. As I mentioned in the presentation, has a value of, at least in direct cost, which Gotham is incurring, of $60 million. And additionally, over the life of the lease, there are payments to the MTA of $10.5 million upfront. That's at the commencement of construction. And there's a starting base rent payment of $2.1 million that grows 10% every 5 years. And in a ground lease, there's resets at years 25, 50, and 75, and profit shares on capital events. What that means is we expect that over the life of a 100-year lease, there would be over $700 million in gross payments. What is that in today's dollars worth? $60 million for the replacement facility, a net present value of the ground lease, so in gross dollars north of $700 million, but if that check were written today, it's worth more than $51 million. A substantial amount. And keep in mind, the land basis in this development is not only the MTA compensation, but there are development rights that are going to be purchased to build additional affordable housing.
And to answer the second part of your question, the MTA uses this funding to support our capital program. We are very excited about the 25 to 29 capital plan, which is making massive investments in new rail cars, ADA accessibility, and state of good repair, and a whole lot more. That program is, although it's substantially funded, it's actually not fully funded. And so we rely on opportunities to raise revenue from public-private partnerships like this to fully fund our capital plan.
Thanks. And are you able to contextualize that figure compared to other items in the MTA capital plan and point to a commensurate project that this might be commensurate to?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the sort of net present value that Brian spoke of is it's about the scale of an ADA accessible subway station investment, where we do sort of state of good repair investments and bring one of our stations up to full accessibility. That's a good benchmark. We have several, many stations, including the recently completed work at Metropolitan Lorimer, that were in that $50 million range.
And then similarly, but just to rephrase it and restate it, if the MTA were to undertake a relocation and construction of a new mobile wash unit facility under its own expense, how much approximately would that cost the MTA?
Well, I'll let you jump in, Brian, but I think it's fair to say that although we're very proud of the work that we've done to make our capital program more lean and efficient, it would be more than the $60 million that Brian is talking about, not just because of the sort of public, sort of contracting process, but also because, finding a location, an alternate location would be a substantial cost for us that that sort of the Gotham organization was able to take on for themselves. I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, it's my understanding that there were at least 11 to 12 respondents to the RFP, which we won, and our site was the only one that really fit for the necessary location. So it's not only we believe we can build much more efficiently and timely than the MTA, but also finding another relocation site is a needle in the haystack.
And how would the proposed development interact with the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway? Has the applicant engaged with relevant agencies, Greenway advocates, and residents about the project's impact on the Greenway, on Franklin, Key, and West Streets?
Sure, thanks. And my name is Simeon Mala. We've engaged, for context, the Brooklyn Waterfront Greenway fronts the Monitor Point project on Key Street between Franklin Street and West Street. We've had conversations with transportation alternatives, including the North Brooklyn chapter, the Brooklyn Greenway Initiatives Group, as well as other cyclist advocates. And we've understood and learned from them what the potential improvements of the Greenway could be fronting the site. And we've committed to ongoing conversations with those advocates, as well as to bring DOT into the fold to identify what safe and viable solutions could be to implement those improvements.
Thanks. And do you said solutions, could that include, or would you be open to include a build out of a separated bike lane as part of the Greenway?
I mean, I think we've learned that that's what the goals are, and that's what they've put out as goals up and down the waterfront, Williamsburg Waterfront Greenway. The reason I mentioned DOT is to bring them into the fold to understand sort of what the width at Key is there and ensure that, as I mentioned, that whether or not parking continues to exist, that there's vehicular dimensions for circulation, as well as safe circulation in and out of the east building that we're proposing, which is where the Waterfront Greenway fronts. But we understand the goal of being separated and raised. I would note that the plan that we put forth in terms of the application does not commit or memorialize any sort of improvements to the streetscape, that would be a result of furthering conversations with DOT relative to our BPP and these cyclist advocates.
And how would the proposed development affect water quality in the marine ecosystem in Bushwick Inlet itself?
Sure. I mean, Gina spoke to a number of the existing environmental conditions, as well as how our project solves those problems. The DEIS that was published, the Natural Resources chapter, analyzes the impact of the proposed project on the existing ecosystem, including impacts to native species as well as water quality. The existing site is of poor ecological quality as a result of the historic industrial use on site. This includes a number of things that Gina mentioned: the degraded shoreline, contaminated soils, low biodiversity, all contributing negatively to the water quality within the inlet. The project, through our bulkhead installation, soil remediation through the brownfield cleanup program, planting of native species, and stormwater retention, will all improve Bushwick Inlet water quality. And as a result, the findings of the DEIS and Natural Resources identified no significant adverse impact to the existing ecosystem.
And is the applicant able to increase the number of affordable units on site?
Firstly, as I mentioned initially, we are baseline what we do for a living. We're mixed income housing and affordable housing developers. We're open and receptive to ideas on how to increase affordability, but that can't be done at the expense of the viability of the development. When I say that, if you think about the buildings throughout the city that are either all affordable or 50 or 75% affordable housing, the land is conveyed at no cost. I think our presentation reflects that the market rate revenue is critical to absorb the cost of the development rights from the museum in order to gain access to creating a symbiotic relationship with our neighboring property, the resiliency and waterfront improvements, the cost of building the MTA replacement facility, demolition of the existing Key Street, upfront rent and ongoing rent to the MTA, and ongoing payments to the Parks Department. So comparatively speaking, when we developed Gotham Point in Long Island City, not only did we receive capital support from HPD, but the land was conveyed at $1. In this case, the land is not $1. But with that said, if there's a developer in New York City, I think my peers can reference that we're innovative, we're creative, we want to do more affordable housing if it's feasible, but we won't commit to do things that we can't deliver. And so we're going to have to find ways, if that's the goal, to get higher, to be either cost neutral or revenue neutral or create tools to do it. But the answer is we're open to it. It's part of our DNA.
And for the affordable units on site, would they be equitably distributed across the development? And how does this compare to HBD requirements for mandatory inclusionary housing on unit distribution?
Yeah, so the mandatory inclusionary housing units are located in the West Building throughout, proportionally distributed in both tower segments of the West Building, both in height, views, income bands, and unit types. In the East Building, there would also be mandatory inclusionary housing units, but additional affordable housing units also subject to HPD regulatory requirements. There would be amenities in both buildings, and the buildings would be integrated and cross-access, just like our buildings at Gotham Point. So the answer is proportionally distributed all MIH units, and the additional affordable units that we've committed to are in the East Building, and there's affordable units in both buildings.
Great, thank you. This panel is now excused.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we will now call for testimony on this application from members in the public in attendance and online tonight. A few ground rules and housekeeping. As you may have noticed, we have a very packed room, a very long list of registered and I'm sure unregistered testimony. The way this is going to work is that we will call 4 people in attendance in person, then 4 people in attendance online, and alternate in that fashion. We will call those 4 names all at once. So if you hear your name, be ready to speak, whether that's lining up near the mic up here or raising your hand and being alert on the WebEx call. As noted, the chime on the clock is quite faint, so I will be remarking when your time is up. Please do not take it personally, but in the interest of time, we need to keep moving. And echoing the Borough President's comments earlier this evening, if you have heard your point being made tonight, feel free to echo it, but then to say that you second that, and it will be heard and does not need to be recapitulated in its entirety in order to keep us moving smoothly tonight. And then finally, just a note on sign etiquette. Happy to see people have brought signs, but we'd like for people to not block the views of each other while people are speaking. So if you have a sign, feel free to show it in between comments, but please don't hold it up in front of your neighbor's face the whole time that someone is speaking. Similarly, there's been some moments of applause tonight already, and the energy has been positive, but with all of these, everyone lining up and getting ready to go, having applause. We'll add 15 seconds, 20 seconds here between every person, and that adds up to minutes and minutes and minutes of our night. So we please ask that you maybe do jazz hands or do a light snapping motion rather than doing the applause and stretching this out further. And of course, encourage everyone to stay respectful as they deliver testimony. So with that, we will first call from members in person tonight.
Yes, and I will also ask that anyone who is on the WebEx, please raise your hand so we get that list going to know who is planning to testify so that when your name comes up, we know to call you. So thank you in advance for raising your hand now online.
Yes, and if you signed up to speak online after about 5:15 p.m., you may have not made the cutoff to be on our list, so you may need to raise your hand at the end when we call for additional comment.
Okay. First for in-person, Gabriel Doherty, David Lopez, Julian Samuel, and I'm not able to read this. It looks like CHR something Horner.
Good evening. My name is Gabriel Doherty. I'm leaving a brief comment in support of the Monitor Point project. Excuse me. I live in market rate housing in North Brooklyn with a roommate, and I'm speaking here today because I recognize that new housing, affordable and market rate, adds to the market available to all New Yorkers. And people like myself in market rate housing have to move every 1 to 2 years due to high rents. When we add apartments in Greenpoint, it takes pressure off of our existing apartments in the neighborhood. And even if I won't move into one of these apartments, one of my neighbors could, or someone else will move there instead of bidding up somewhere in our neighborhood. So that's just the high level, but on the low level, I'm tired of my rent increasing so much every year. And I'm tired of seeing my neighbors being forced to move further out every year. We're in a severe housing shortage in my judgment, and this project with 460 new permanently affordable homes, 1,100 total, can actually help fix it. To conclude, I thank you for your time, and I encourage this project to be supported in full. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Lopez, and my family has been in Williamsburg since the 1950s when they migrated from Puerto Rico. I grew up and still live in the community, 10 minutes away from the proposed Monitor Point development. And it doesn't feel like the neighborhood I once knew. The area has changed drastically over the last 25 years. Bodegas have been replaced by cafes. Mom and pop businesses have been replaced by high-priced bars, boutique hotels, and Michelin-rated restaurants. Friends who I went to school with have been priced out, forced further away to other states. A major way to keep families in the neighborhood is to create permanent affordable housing, and this project is offering that. Turning down 460 affordable apartments is a privilege that many working class New Yorkers don't have. Support for this project is a support for working class families. Thank you.
Thank you.
So far.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chad Horner. Apologies for the bad handwriting. I just want to express my strong support for this project. I would say I would echo the points already made about the 460 affordable units, which would be, 460 individuals and families that might not be living in New York if those homes didn't exist. And also just to speak to the benefits of the streetscape, like you walk by that site right now, it's just a big warehousey building that's offering nothing. I think the renderings look pretty exciting. I would much rather have that as the waterfront in Greenpoint than what we have today. So yeah, I urge the Borough President to approve this project, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. Is Julianne Samuel here? Okay. Yeah. Okay, then the next 4 speakers will be from those who have raised their hands online. We have first Caro, not sure last name as listed here, William Meehan, Roland Nimis, and then followed by Alex M. So Caro, you may go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple things that I wanted to add about this project. I just want to make sure it's okay. I'm opposing this development. I just want to make sure that's fine.
Noted.
So, one, in terms of affordable housing in the city, there are 50,000 vacant apartments that are rent controlled in New York City. So that's more of a landlord and bank greed issue than a lack of availability. And now I've lived in Greenpoint my whole life, and we've taken the brunt of new development as it is, in terms of, you know, how many units have gone up in the last 2 years, especially, along with many broken promises for that green space from the city. But in addition to that, our grassroots effort for preserving Bushwick Inlet and not adding more development, as you might know, is savetheinlet.org. Recently, somebody, I don't know who, took out the domain name savetheinlet.com, which now redirects to restorebushwickinlet.com, which is in favor of the Monitor Point project. And I just need to, I don't know if, I'm not going to guess who paid for these websites, but the latter of them are so diabolically misleading and deceptive that, in addition to the broken trust with our community as it is, you know, you don't need to trick people into thinking that this is a project that's going to benefit the community, if it's really going to benefit the community.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we can unmute William Meehan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'd like to submit my comment as a Brooklyn resident in support of the Monitor Point development. New York City is at historically low vacancy rates. From the 2023 report, there are vacancy rates of just 1.4% across the whole city. For apartments under 2,400 a month, the vacancy rate is even lower than 1%. This makes it incredibly difficult for anyone to find an apartment in the city, especially those at low income levels. So I think it is important that we build as many affordable units as possible. In addition, I think it will be a great benefit to the neighborhood that we will get rid of the imposing barrier to the waterfront that the current MTA facility is, and will provide a continuous kind of integrated park space between this site and, you know, the Bushwick Inlet and other waterfront parks to the south. So yes, just wanted to speak in support of, I think this is also a great location for its transportation access, close to the Nassau G, very well bike connected, so close to the ferry. So just want to, again, voice my support for as many affordable units as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Roland, I think, is next. Yeah.
Hi, good evening. My name is Roland Nimis. I'm a resident of Williamsburg, and I want to express my strong support for the Monitor Point project. In my day job, I represent low-income tenants facing eviction in Bronx Housing Court. So I have a front row seat to New York City's housing scarcity and affordability crisis. This crisis forces some tenants into homelessness and traps other tenants in apartments with deplorable conditions. The lack of housing options really just gives landlords too much power. So I'm not here for the landlords. I'm here for these tenants that I see every day going through eviction court. The most powerful tool that we can give now to tenants is to build more housing. Monitor Point is a fantastic project in my backyard that will create more than 1,100 new homes, 460 of which are permanently affordable. Project opens up waterfront space and provides public space. The location is highly desirable for housing, close to transit. Hard to find a better project. So while the housing crisis won't be solved by building alone, it can only be solved if we start building. So I can't wait to welcome my new neighbors at Monitor Point. Thanks.
Thank you. Alex.
Yes, hi.
I'm calling in support of this proposal. Right now, New York City is in a housing crisis, as others have mentioned. This project is bringing 1,100 new homes, including 460 permanently affordable apartments. And right now, the city is just incredibly expensive in terms of our housing and our rent. And families continue to move out and are priced out. I myself would like to start a family and raise a family here in New York City, but I continue to see rent prices continue to go up, and it just gets less and less affordable for folks such as myself and my family. And this project is one step forward in building more housing everywhere. I should also mention I currently reside in Brooklyn and Crown Heights. Yeah, I'm just calling in again in support of this project. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next four in-person speakers will be Carla Kame, Frank Lang, Bill Wilkins, and Michael Riley.
Good evening. My name is Carla Keme. I was born and raised in Williamsburg, Greenpoint, where my family and my neighbors built lives here. But with high rent increases, my family was pushed out of the neighborhood we called home. We had to move to natural developments like Ravenswood and later East New York pink houses. Today, I can't still afford to return to Williamsburg, Greenpoint. Not because I don't work, but because the displacement has been pushed families like mine, affordable housing meaning stability. It allows families to raise children safely and stay connected to their communities. Public funding should be created housing that long-term residents can actually afford. That's why I support the Monitor Point development, so those who grow up here can stay here and return and belong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Frank Lang. I'm the Director of Affordable Housing Advocacy and Policy for St. Nick's Alliance. We were founded 51 years ago to protect the rights of residents and businesses in North Brooklyn. And over that time, we created more than 3,200 units of affordable housing for low and moderate income residents. These developments have been a crucial part of allowing low income residents to stay in North Brooklyn as rents have escalated out of control. And we continue to work with tenants who are displaced and whose families are displaced, and they strongly support this project. In line with that, that's why we are in support of the project. We see that Gotham and the team have to do a myriad number of things. And as a community developer, we understand how difficult it is to develop low-income housing, even when you have substantial city subsidy or the land is zero. But if you have to develop and relocate a facility, if you have to build a community facility for the Monitor Museum, it's a challenge. And they are doing it while creating low-income housing. They are not doing it at 130% area median income, which is the vast majority of the affordable that we see on the waterfront. Those units are really for households of, let's say, $200,000 a year who can afford $4,500 a month in rent. And we saw earlier the kind of rents that this project would do. So we believe that the city has limited resources, and being able to utilize market rate housing and create 40% low-income housing is something that should be applauded, and we urge support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Quiet. Good, good.
Let's see. Good evening, everyone. By show of hands, how many people here live in Brooklyn? Well, I submit to you, your zip is not hip unless it begins 112. My name is Bill Wilkins. I consider myself Brooklyn royalty. and that's by being born and raised in Crown Heights and working in Kings County for over 30 years. I'm the executive director for 4 not-for-profits, 2 in economic development, and 2 housing development corporations with over 700 units in our portfolio. This dichotomy provides me with great insight and a keen sense when it comes to development. Every day, my team and I go to work for 3 reasons: to grow businesses, change lives, and strengthening communities. Gotham's application fits perfectly in these 3 buckets. Gotham's approach is intentional, measured, and rooted in bottom-up development. Over the past several years, they have listened, digested, synthesized, and incorporated the opinions and recommendations from the Greenpoint community, elected representatives, city agencies, and local stakeholders. This project has the potential to be an urban masterpiece by the community and for the community. Gotham's willingness and understanding to recycle project dollars with local businesses and residents transforms this development into over a $1 billion investment in the Greenpoint community, which is a win-win. The attributes of this project can only be achieved by scale. Otherwise, the deal would not pencil out. Regarding scale, I say, being we're in March Madness, I say go hard, go big, or go home. Regarding density, I say get down or lay down. Dreams are made by building, not by talking. To the Land Use Committee, you have the authority, or the Congress, to ensure progress is achieved in the most deserving neighborhood.
Thank
And
you.
together, yes, we can create an urban waterfront oasis.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Oh, great, thank you.
Is Michael Riley here? No.
No Michael
Not-
Riley.
Rolando Guzman? Is Rolando still here? Okay, you can be the 4th in person.
And then while he's coming up, I'll remind the folks online, regardless of if you've pre-registered or not, and you'd like to speak, please use the raise hand function. It allows us to more quickly pair your registration with your presence in the room. And if you called in on the phone and not the app, you can press *3.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rolando Guzman, and I'm the Deputy Director for Community Preservation at St. Nick's Alliance. We are a local organization in North Brooklyn, and my department provides housing, counseling, and tenant organizing to residents from North Brooklyn facing harassment, displacement in our community. And I'm here tonight because many of the residents that I wish they are here to talk, they either have to be working or many have been displaced. And I'm here to support this project. One of the things that we notice a lot in North Brooklyn is that many of the low-income tenants are being pushed out from the community. The system is the same. Low-paying tenants get displaced, so higher-paying tenants can move in, or their landlords, their buildings can be demolished and built market-rate housing. I'm here because this is one of the first projects, to be honest, that is fully committing to build 40% low-income housing. My office assists individuals applying for housing, and when we see those advertisements, they always ask, affordable for who? Not for the hardworking couple, not for the families that they just started in the workforce. And this is a great opportunity for North Brooklyn residents to have access to this housing. North Brooklyn is a community very diverse. And Greenpoint is not just homeownership. There's also a lot of Latinos, African Americans, low-income tenants that they struggle every day to stay in their homes. And this project can be an opportunity for them and their families to stay home. I encourage the Borough President to vote yes on this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Our next 4 will be from the WebEx: Laura Triciokas, Sarah Roberts, Carol Zumsky, and Alex Hewer. We'll start with Laura.
Can you hear me? Yes. Hi, can you hear me? Hi. Hi, good evening. My name is Laura Tresiokis. I'm a Greenpoint resident of 20 years. And in that time frame, I've worked on a number of efforts to advocate for my community's open space and environmental health, including the Open Space Alliance, North Brooklyn Neighbors, and the Greenpoint Community Environmental Fund. I live just a few blocks from this proposed development. I emphatically oppose this proposal. It disregards the 2005 rezoning agreement that committed this site to remain a buffer and a transition area, not a location for high-rise towers. It also asks the city to strip parkland designation from a neighboring parcel, effectively taking land meant for public use in order to enable private development. After 2 decades of waiting for the completion of Bushwick Inlet Park, this project would overshadow the inlet and turn what should be shared public space into an amenity for luxury tenants. In exchange, the community receives very little, essentially a narrow walkway and a street extension, while nearly 3,000 additional residents are added. We've seen repeatedly that luxury developments like this drives up rents and accelerates displacement, rather than making neighborhoods more affordable. This plan would introduce about 1,200 largely luxury units into an already overbuilt area, with more towers on the way and no meaningful infrastructure improvements. It also puts a rare ecological habitat at risk. Bushwick Inlet supports important wildlife within New York Harbor. Building thousands of new homes in a coastal flood zone during a climate emergency is simply reckless. To call it led by community input is laughable, given the real community's opposition. To call it a balanced development is to turn a blind eye to the reality on the ground. Finally, I want to express my deep disappointment in the MTA, who's effectively selling the community out, and our community board at large, who, in spite of a large volume of protests from local residents like
Thank
myself,
you. Your time is expired.
Thank you. We'll move on to Sarah next.
I am a Greenpoint resident as a renter, living 1 avenue from the proposed project site. I also serve as a DEC wildlife rehabilitator and educator for a nonprofit in Manhattan. I'm deeply concerned about elements of this project that conflict with the Borough Presidents plan established by this office. There are many conflicting points that are highlighted in the Action Network petition, as I'm one of 5,000. I am one of 500 or 5,300 people who signed this opposition to the project. These signatures demonstrate that our community recognized the complexity of the issue, the urgent need for deeply affordable housing in Greenpoint, and nevertheless, these 5,300 residents oppose this project. The proliferation of luxury housing threatens long-term affordability. There is no rent control and equitable access. As we heard earlier, they have to move every 2 years. 20 years ago, our community was promised and we agreed to a comprehensive rezoning that included a 27-acre park, not hardscape, but park and protection for a tidal estuary, the last remaining on the East River. And as we heard, $9.8 million was just invested by the Parks Department, which is not funded. It was not funded in this budget. The 2025 Borough Comprehensive Plan affirms that public land must serve for the public good, and that city-controlled land should provide affordability well beyond market standards. This principle reflects public trust. Land belongs to the people. Again, an entire generation has passed. The park has yet to be fulfilled, and while the borough president himself has publicly noticed this disparity, stating that some districts have contributed nothing, while CB1 carried an enormous share of the housing burden. Over 5,300 of us urge you to
Your
vote
time has
no.
expired.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Go ahead, Carol.
Thank you. My name is Carol Sumsky, and it has been a pleasure to participate in many of the Greenpoint Monitor Museum's events over the last 23 years. I feel a strong connection to the USS Monitor's birthplace because several of my ancestors worked for the Continental Iron Works, where the Monitor was built and launched on January 30th, 1862. My family has lived in Greenpoint community for 5 generations. The history of the USS Monitor is very important to me, and it needs to be preserved for future generations. Our chance to preserve that history is now. This proposal is the best opportunity for the Greenpoint Monitor Museum to create a permanent home on its land. The museum has owned this land since 2003. The proposal will also include a significant amount of public open space on the museum's land that will benefit the community and provide the missing waterfront link between Greenpoint and Williamsburg. The museum and its supporters have worked very hard to keep the history of the Monitor alive in our community, and we cannot afford to miss this opportunity. That is why I'm asking you to support this project. I am looking forward to the Greenpoint Monitor Museum having a permanent home on the Greenpoint waterfront. History needs to be shared. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex, you can go ahead and unmute.
Sounds good. Hey, everyone. Good evening. Thank you. I'll keep it brief. My name is Alex Hoyer, and I live in Brooklyn in Prospect Heights. And I am speaking tonight in support of the project. I think just from hearing this presentation is just extremely, extremely exciting opportunity. I think for one, seeing the additional green space that we're going to be adding, like I, for one, am a huge fan of the green space in North Brooklyn. I enjoy spending time there, especially this time of year as it's starting to get warmer out. And I think expanding that green space is just super, super exciting for the community and giving us more open park space. But I think then ultimately, I think the new housing units that we're going to be getting is so, so, so important. And it was really interesting and exciting for me was hearing from previous folks speaking who are, experts in the affordable housing space from affordable housing organizations, highlighting that this is just a particularly high level of affordability that we are getting here with this project. And so I think we're really in a housing emergency in this proposal. Just seems like a really great opportunity for both increase in housing units and then additionally kind of really the investment into the community that we would be getting as well. So thank you for the time and giving me the opportunity to speak. And yes, I hope that we can move forward with this project.
Thank you. Next speakers in person will be Erwin Denry, Courtney Hain, Steve Chesler, and Natasha Ben.
And while they come up, reminder to folks online, if you'd like to speak, raise your hand and keep it raised to enter into the queue for us.
So no Erwin.
Is there? Okay, Erwin's walking up now.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Erwin, and I'm a North Brooklyn resident and a local 79 laborer. I'm in support of this Monitor Point because I believe that new housing and union jobs for local workers will help the community. I've seen this area change from when I was growing up. I've seen decades of people being pushed out and towers going up without local workers and without community input or benefit. But now that we finally have a project where workers like me and people in my community can actually be part of this project, new people that are now moving into the neighborhood are against it and are saying no. This project can and will help this community and add some stability. That is the reason why I support this Monitor Point project, and I'm pleading with you to say yes. This is what our community needs, more affordable housing. Thank you.
Courtney?
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Borough President Reynoso, wherever you are, and committee. I'm Dr. Courtney Hain, and I've lived in Greenpoint and Williamsburg for 39 years, and I've watched every inch of the waterfront be built. So I'm not against affordable housing. I'm against building it on biological infrastructure. And I want to be clear, those are not the same thing. The waterfront luxury that's already here tells you what waterfront housing means in practice. As we know, and people have told us, a 2-bedroom at the Edge in Williamsburg is listed right now at $9,500 a month. The Bell Slip in Greenpoint starts at $3,000 a month for a studio. And a starting New York City public school teacher, I'm also a teacher, not starting at this point, makes $69,000 a year, about $507.50 a month before taxes. So affordable housing has been very evanescent, though it's been promised. So what I'm sensing is privatization of our public waterfront delivered one tower at a time. And what I imagine that could be done differently was that there are millions of square feet of vacant commercial office space in Brooklyn and Lower Manhattan on solid ground, above flood zones, already on transit. Convert those. That's where the housing goes. Bushwick Inlet is a functioning biological infrastructure. It absorbs storm surge, sequesters carbon, and serves as a nursery habitat for marine species our ocean depends on, the oxygen we breathe, the water we need, the land we need to sequester more carbon. Build on it.
Thank you. Your
and it's
time has
gone.
expired.
Thank you. Steve Chesler.
Yes, good evening, Deputy Borough President and Land Use Committee. My name is Steve Chesler. I'm a 24-year Greenpoint resident who lives 10 minutes from Bushwick Inlet Park and the 40 Key site. I'm Vice President of Friends of Bushwick Inlet Park and a member of Community Board 1. But today I speak to you as an individual who is a staunch Bushwick Inlet Park advocate and neighborhood preservationist. I urge the Borough President to recommend no for the Monitor Point rezoning application. Firstly, I just want to point out some omissions and mischaracterizations in the presentation tonight. They, front-loaded the zoning requirements for the upland connector and a waterfront public access area, but they neglected to show detailed renderings of the buildings, the cladding, and on the ground, the effect it have on the park, on the street, from different vantage points. The community board specifically requested that from them, and they refused to provide it. It's just very telling that they know that there's huge community opposition because of the devastating impact that this project will have on Bushwick Inlet Park, the neighborhood. I'm really concerned about additional impact on infrastructure, especially transportation, the G train, the L train, considering 3,000 new apartments in the pipeline on West Street, just down the road, with affordable housing, but one LIC, Domino, and River Ring will have devastating effects on the L train and the G. And if those things can't be mitigated, viable alternatives are doing nothing, which would just have an historical brick building, low rise, bordering the park. But I think the best alternative use would be for the MTA to dispose the 40 Quay property to the state or the city for the purpose of transforming the site into resilient public open space that would expand Bushwick Inlet Park per the community board's recommendation condition response to the 2005 waterfront rezoning, rebalancing open space infrastructure to meet the incredible influx of new local residents while also mitigating future storm surges in a more
Thank you.
Okay.
Time has expired.
Also, the 40%, the additional 15% is not paid by Gotham.
you.
It's paid by the city, and it's not approved.
Thank
Is
you.
Natasha Ben? Here? No, Natasha. Daniel Velez? No, Daniel. Okay. Sonia Martinez? No.
We can go on to.
Okay. Okay, then we'll move to the 3 hands we have raised for online. Eric Nilsson, Laura Hoffman, and Adam Brodheim.
And then a reminder, if you called in on the phone and you'd like to raise your hand, you can press *3.
Hey, hello, can you hear me? My name is Eric. I'm testifying in favor of the project. I'm pretty much in line with a lot of other voices on the call. I live in Bushwick. I feel like I've lived in New York City my entire life. But my entire life, there's been a perpetual housing crisis, and we need all kinds of development everywhere across the city. Monterey Point would give us an easy 1,200 units, 460 permanently affordable, while also having some work, while also restoring some green space. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Laura?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I've submitted to you via email my January 20th testimony to Brooklyn CB1. In that testimony, I spoke about my family's longtime support of the Monitor Museum. However, that support does not include a 65-story residential tower that would greatly impact an important natural resource, the Bushwick Inlet. At the last hearing about Monitor Point, we heard organizations stating the need for affordable housing, just like tonight. I worked as a housing counselor for about 10 years. I know how difficult it is for people who need housing the most to qualify for those apartment lotteries. I also know that the housing counseling agencies and union workers are paid to be at the hearing. I also know that as a community member that the housing lottery process is unfair to people who actually live in the community or lived there. The word affordable has been very deceiving, and the 50% preferential for the neighborhood has been very deceiving too. For instance, as much as the New Heart facility affected our community health, the bar was set so high for affected community members to qualify for the apartments that would develop there. I know my husband and I didn't qualify. Community members fought for many years to get noxious polluters out of the community, and we fought through a major rezoning so that our health would improve. But it seems to me that the community never really gets what they promised, housing, parks, and otherwise. And the little open space that we do get is overwhelmed by overdevelopment. So I say no to these massive towers. And I find it very insulting when these, I chaired the Parks and Open Space Subcommittee.
Thank you.
during
Your
the
time has
zoning.
expired.
I'm finishing the sentence. And Box Street Park keeps on getting thrown on the table. The rezoning was approved in 2004. This is 2026.
Thank you.
They have to stop
Time has expired.
renegotiating promises.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam, you can go ahead. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, I can do it. I apologize for that. My name is Adam Brodheim. I'm a historic preservationist who lives in New York City. And as a kid, I spent a lot of time with my dad biking through the Brooklyn waterfront and was always shocked at how we could never get to the water. And so much has changed and allowed us to now have access to the water. And I've been lucky enough to spend a lot of time teaching kayaking in New York City. So I've kayaked all these waterways and am still struck by how hard it is for people to, enjoy that aspect of New York City. New York City is what it is because of the waterfront. So I'm really pleased to see this application and how it would give us more access to the waterfront at an area where we haven't been able to get to the water for so long. The other thing I wanted to say is that, we talk a lot about how there are going to be hundreds of new affordable units, but we don't spend a lot of time talking about who those units are going to be for. And I just wanted to share that I have I wouldn't say we're friends, but the bartender at my local bar moved into one of these affordable units in a different building and has been able to work at the bar a couple nights a week and play in his band and play with Patti Smith and Leonard Cohen and all these really, really important people and keep kind of this arts thing in New York City that we talk so much about that's so hard alive. And so, he talks about how it was like winning the lottery. So we have a chance with this project to basically print 460 lottery tickets. And I think that's so important. And we have to seize every opportunity like that to make sure that we are building more housing in New York City so that all of the people who keep New York City what it is have a chance to stay here and live here. So I urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in person, Teresita Aguilar, Teresa Barreto, and Sergio, no last name, Natalia Correa. Is anyone here?
Are any of those four people named present?
Nope. Okay. Transito Tlapano. Is that individual here? No. Okay. Zhangwei Jin, Sal Francino, Zoe Skorik, Eduardo Medina.
All right, good evening, brothers and sisters. My name is Sean Wei. I'm a resident Brooklyn and a local 79 member. I want to express my strong support for the Monitor Point project. This project directly addresses Community Board 1's top priority, permanent affordable housing. This is also part of the Borough Presidents comprehensive plan. We need housing solutions and have an opportunity to open up the waterfront to new neighbors without displacing any residents. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sal Francino. I am rent stabilized. I want more people to have the protections that I have, and 460 homes that will be rent stabilized for people making a lot less money than me will be built with Monitor Point, which is why I support it so much. MTA gets money, we get a park, people get housing stability, and it will cost taxpayers no money. In fact, it'll be funded by 600 wealthier people who will be living in these market rate homes, which the city also desperately needs. So this is a win-win-win for everyone. I am rent stabilized. If you are rent stabilized, more people can have the luxury that we have of housing stability and security. I urge everyone to support Monitor Point. I believe the borough president had some sort of rubric for products he'd support. This is a high amenity area, close to transit and parks. It is a perfect place for lower income folks to live. And I ride the G quite often. I ride the L every day. Neither subway is at capacity. There is room for more friends and neighbors. So join me on the G, join me on the L, join me on the B24, and let's build some homes.
Thank you.
Folks, please limit the reactions.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zoe. Since the first community board meeting, I've been coming up to this little mic, doing my best to share with this community why saying no to Monitor Point is best for Greenpoint's long-term safety and well-being. Your long-term safety and well-being. I understand the need for deep, affordable housing, but Gotham doesn't want to go deep. They want to scratch the surface. As of now, offering the bare minimum of lower priced units and putting a substantial amount of lower earners in a separate tower. That's not affordable housing, that's modern day segregation. Parts of the site have documented breaches of environmental safety standards. I'm talking PFAS, or those forever chemicals that stay in your body, and lead, found right here in our neighborhood soil and groundwater. This puts construction workers and future residents at risk, despite Gotham hinging on fair labor and living opportunities as the highlight of their sales pitch. And Gotham hasn't properly disclosed this. Why? Because the less they share now, the less scrutiny they face. Their own study admits construction is the moment of greatest public health risk, and that's exactly when they want the fewest eyes on them, after these meetings end, and when the machine is in motion and harder to stop. Honestly, the deeper I get into this proposal, the uglier it gets. Take a minute and read the draft environmental impact statement. Less open space, less public land, less sunlight. How good did the sun feel this week? Think about that. And more what? More burden on those already carrying the most in our communities. More profit and more gentrification, more shadows. Think of your kids. Think of the patterns you're already seeing in your community. These developments are popping up, but is the problem going away? Will we be here next year thinking the same thing? If we say yes to this, I'm afraid what comes next. No to Gotham today, no to Gotham tomorrow. Yes to public land today, a stronger community tomorrow.
Thank you. Please, folks, you have to limit the reactions either way.
How you doing? My name is Eddie Medina, and I am a construction worker. I support the Monitor Point project because I am worried about access to housing for working people. More union jobs means more Brooklyn families can actually afford to live here. I spend a lot of time visiting my family in Williamsburg, and I've seen the struggle to survive. Existing landlords and people who brought real estate in Greenpoint might be concerned about their views and any changes to their neighborhood. But the views mean nothing when you are living on the street or in a shelter without shelter over your head. You can't worry about views without money in your pocket for basic necessities. If you're lucky enough to live in Brooklyn, you should know that this means coexisting together, sharing our parks, sharing our community spaces, and welcoming in the people. That is city life. We don't keep people out. Thank you.
Thank you. The next group, Deborah Funkhauser, Paul Samolsky, Neil Sheen, Matthew Mione.
We're proceeding with in-person as there are no hands raised on WebEx. If you would like to speak on WebEx, please use the raise hand function.
Hi, I'm Deb Funkhauser. I'm a 30-year resident of the South Side. Antonio was my wonderful council person. And I'm also a weeder at the Bushwick Inlet Park. I'm opposed to rezoning Monitor Point so that the Gotham organization can build luxury towers on public waterfront. The height of the building will threaten our promised park, and the majority of market rate apartments will continue to increase the threshold for what a one-bedroom goes for in our neighborhood. I appreciate your comprehensive plan for Brooklyn and for your focus on our borough's future. And I would like to share some of those statements that I saw in your plan that resonated with me at this moment. That we have to think 10 to 15 years down the line, that we orient our decision-making around the public good, that housing growth has been opportunistic, that growth has not been equitably distributed, and that the frightening reality that Brooklyn is ill-prepared to face sea level rises and extreme weather events. Our stormwater system is built to handle 1.75 inches of rain per hour. Hurricane Ida saw 3.5 inches of rain per hour. Basements are flooding and the subway stations and the streets are compromised. A recent New York Times article, The Future of New York, offered 3 solutions. The first was to suggest that the city increase its ability to absorb water by leveraging the city's natural landscape. Well, the Bushwick Inlet already does that. And though our zoning might distinguish the land on the northern edge as separate, but nature has no boundaries. Historically, this land has been a waterway all the way to McCarran Park. The third option is to retreat, which means that we relocate people out of hazardous areas. Your plan recognized the threat of Greenpoint's shoreland and in a flood zone, and you support nature-born.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Responsible if we put our affordable housing in that place.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity. My name's Paul Smolsky. I'm the president of the North Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce. We're a hyper-local nonprofit business organization, and we serve Bushwick, Greenpoint, and Williamsburg. And on behalf of the Chamber, I'd like to express our support for the Monitor Point project. We view this innovative mixed-use project as a significant opportunity for North Brooklyn that's positioned to bring lasting benefits to both our business community and our neighborhood in general. In addition to providing much-needed housing opportunities in a high-demand market, it will also deliver considerable economic benefits through job creation and small business growth. We view the conversion of an underutilized industrial site, which currently blocks waterfront access and brings heavy truck traffic through residential streets, into a dynamic new development which includes housing, both affordable and market value, small businesses, hopefully with local ownership, critical environmental remediation and flood protection, and a significant amount of thoughtfully designed public open space as a compelling model for the revitalization of underutilized sites into productive properties. Monitor Point reflects the kind of multifaceted development North Brooklyn deserves, and the Gotham organization is to be commended for the professionalism and thoughtfulness they've exhibited throughout the project. We recognize that no project of this scale is without complexity, but we ask that you consider the full scope of its economic contributions for the workers who will build it, the families who will call it home, and the businesses that will serve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Britt, I wanted to follow up on your question of Sean, in the Gotham place. I was talking to past zoning director in Brooklyn about how do we take our city councilman's recommendation of 50% affordable? How do we get there? And it was good that you raised those questions. I would just like to encourage the borough president to look at the possibility, along with the councilman, the full council and the mayor, of coming up with subsidies to adjust some of the AMIs in the two towers so that they're lower, because I think you guys have raised a good point there. I think Sean's should be negotiated with seriously. If we can add additional units with subsidies, that would be even better, but it would be nice to have those AMIs. This is it, folks. This is the last shot for working class people, poor people in the community. I've lived in this community for 73 years. I'm the founder of the Pete McGinnis Senior Center. I'm the founder of the St. Anthony's Vincent de Paul Society. I'm the co-founder of the North Brooklyn Angels that has 855 volunteers every year. The people they work with need housing. My volunteers are being displaced. These are young 30 and 40-year-old young professionals trying to make a career. The third piece is the hidden piece, which is the folks like me that live in this community who have 20 and 30-somethings living at home because they want to live in their neighborhood and they can't get a unit. This is it. This is the last. You're not going to get cheap land in North Brooklyn. So we need to maximize this piece and do a good job and get all levels of government involved in this process and make sure that we get the right affordability. This is a good program. It's better than anybody else. So I'll just finish there. Better than anybody else, but we have a bigger problem we ever had. Last but least, 4-1, this neighborhood voted for the mayor, and his #1 issue was affordability. Our president says affordability is just a slogan. I look at you.
Thank you.
Whose side are you on?
Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, my name is Matt Mione. I'm a resident of North Williamsburg. I live about a 5-minute walk from the proposed site at Monitor Point. I walk past there every single day of my life. And so I want to thank you guys for having this, hearing us out, Deputy Borough President, and actually having your 2025 comprehensive plan was so helpful when I was crafting this statement. It really drew a lot of inspiration from it. And because in my opinion, Monitor Point fails it drastically, right? Your own data shows Greenpoint Williamsburg has just 0.6 acres of open space per 1,000 residents. That's less than a quarter of what city standards require. Bushwick Inlet Park was promised to this community over 20 years ago, and it remains unfinished, right? Monitor Point would not only not fulfill that promise, but it would completely bury it forever, right? What the developer is calling open space is largely hardscape. It's street extension, it really is just a glorified better branding for a sidewalk, right? They showed especially if you're here the whole time, you saw the previous proposals, they had actual renderings of what this would look like, of what the proposed buildings would look like in the street view. That is completely lacking in this, right? If you go to the DIS report, you can literally see visuals and they're labeled for illustrative purposes only. They're not realistic architectural renderings, excuse me. I was there at the land use committee hearings and they specifically asked, can you send us the renderings before we vote on this? They voted no with conditions, by the way. And on the actual public hearing for the vote, they still ask, where are the renderings? And they were given really a condescending answer, in my opinion, from Gotham. And just, oh, we sent them to you. No, they were buried in thousands of pages and they weren't actual renderings. And as someone who's coming into this process for the first time, I just thought that was incredibly glaring to hear from the land use committee that has never happened in a proposal like this. And to me, it's not just oversight and just happens. It is clearly a strategy to not show what this is actually going to impact and what it's going to actually look like.
Thank you
So
for your
vote no.
testimony.
Thank you. The next names are Robert Brunot. Yeah, close. Sorry. It'll be better next time. Dan Miller, Kirk Goodrich, and Luke Lavinway.
Ready? Good evening, everyone. My name is Robert Bernard. I'm a lifelong resident of Brooklyn, New York. I'm also an organizer for Laborers Local 79, and we urge the Borough President to vote yes on the Monitor Point project. This project meets the Borough's President's comprehensive plan's first objective to build new housing of all types at affordability levels, while not displacing any existing residents. Greenpoint was identified in this plan as a new capacity priority area. Construction workers are community members. Dozens of Local 79 members live in the local community board of this project, but many local workers and families cannot make it to these meetings, so often their voices are not heard. For those of us who already live here and are lucky enough to have a roof over our heads, we cannot be exclusionary and pull up the ladder behind us. We have to build a community for everyone. Vote yes for Monitor Point. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan.
Hi, my name is Dan Miller. I live about a 15-minute bike ride from the proposed site, and I just want to say that I'm strongly in favor of building this. We need more homes in the city of all types, and I specifically want to speak to the arguments about community benefit. It's telling that a lot of the opponents in this hearing have talked about how this isn't going to benefit the community. And they don't consider the 3,000 people who would move here to be part of the community. That's wild to me. New York City is a place that welcomes immigrants, that welcomes strangers, that welcomes everyone. We should be welcoming people by building homes for them. We have a housing shortage, and we need more homes of all types to welcome these future members of our community. I am not going to stand here and say that we're full, that we have somehow reached our limit. That is just MAGA logic with a New York inflection. We can do better than that. We can build better than that. And Monitor Point is a great project, and I urge the Borough President to support it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kirk Goodrich. I'm president of Monadnock Development. I've spent more than 3 decades financing and developing housing in New York City, almost all of it affordable housing for poor and working people. I'm here today in support of the Monitor Point project. Over the years, I've come to believe something very simple. Housing is not just a building. Housing is a bundle of goods and services. It is shelter, of course, but it is also access to good schools, safe streets, transit, jobs, parks, and opportunity. When we build housing in the right places, we are not just constructing apartments, we're expanding the circle of opportunity for New York families. Projects like Monitor Point do exactly that. They create new homes in a city where the shortage of housing is the root cause of rising rents and displacement. When we fail to build enough housing, the people who suffer are the very families who keep this city running: teachers, hospital workers, building service workers, transit employees. My own philosophy about housing comes from my upbringing in Brooklyn. I was raised by working people and learned early that family is not just a biological fact, it's an ethical choice. The measure of a city is whether we care about other people's families as much as we care about our own. Supporting housing like Monitor Point is one way we live out that value. It says that the children of working families deserve the same access to opportunity that we want for our own children. New York has always been a city that grows, welcomes people, and creates possibility. If we want Brooklyn to remain a place where working families can live and thrive, we have to build housing. For those reasons, I respectfully urge support for the Monitor Point project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Luke Levanway. I've lived in New York City for 14 years. Currently, I live in the neighborhood of Fort Greene, Brooklyn. I'd like to urge Borough President Reynoso to approve this proposal. I believe it's very clear that what is right for the borough and the city is to approve the proposal. The proposal, as has been said, would deliver more than 400 affordable homes, where today there are 0. Plus additional public waterfront park space, where today there is only a dilapidated industrial facility. In a city where the cost of housing has skyrocketed and young families are being pushed out, we must say yes to housing. On a personal note, the rent that my wife and I pay has gone up about 20% over the last 4 years. It's definitely scary to watch the math get harder for us, especially since we want to start a family soon. Saying no to housing benefits landlords and wealthy homeowners and puts pressure on young couples like us. For those who would rather not have yet another tall building in your neighborhood, I guess I can understand that. I would ask you to join me in organizing to achieve reforms which would legalize apartment buildings of reasonable size in most areas of the city. This would reduce the incentive to build tall towers in the few neighborhoods where they can get approved today. I think we can work together to solve the housing crisis and make housing abundant here. It's what every New Yorker deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go online next for Lee Celentano.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. My name is Lee Solentano. I live in Greenpoint. I've lived there for almost 20 years. No one's arguing that housing and affordable housing isn't important. However, we cannot prioritize housing, whether affordable or not, at the expense of other equally important causes. So this project is misleading and directly jeopardizes community trust. It shouldn't even be on the table because of the broken promise of the 2005 rezoning agreement that, this land was not supposed to be used in this way. The community was promised a large park. This project directly jeopardizes the environment and the unique natural habitat that numerous species, flora, fauna call that inlet home. And despite what the developers are saying, I've seen presentations from biologists. I have a biology background myself, so it's just completely misleading. And it's a really important estuary. It's a really important natural ecosystem. This project jeopardizes the health of the neighborhood, not just of those who already live there, but of those who are going to be moving in. The World Health Organization recommends a certain amount of open space per capita. This neighborhood is nowhere near that. So we are not getting those benefits of per capita space, open space to help protect us against cardiovascular disease, diabetes, chronic illness, mental illness. Adding more people just makes us even further from that goal. Resiliency of the shoreline. This project says, that it's going to help with that, but we all know you don't need to be a scientist to understand that a building is not going to do that. Land is going to be the resiliency against storms. So building large towers at the expense of all else is really looking at the forest, and ignoring the trees, not looking at the forest, ignoring the trees. North Brooklyn has already given one of the highest numbers of new and affordable housing to the city. We need better solutions than running a neighborhood dry just to meet a housing quota. Brooklyn Borough Presidents' comprehensive borough plan is amazing, and it states that the very same principles this project jeopardizes. So I just urge you to look back at your plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Next in person, is there a Roxanne? I'm not able to read the last name, but it looks like maybe Danes. Roxanne? No. Jamie Smov? Jamie? Juan Ramos, and Tom Hamlin.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jamie Smarr. I'm President and CEO of the New York City Housing Partnership. The Housing Partnership was founded by Mayor Edward Koch in 1983 to advance middle-class housing throughout the 5 boroughs of the city. And we have done just that for 43 years now. From where I sit, the gap between what the city needs, what Brooklyn needs, and what it is actually producing is not abstract. It shows up in the applications we see, the families we work with, and the neighborhoods we watch change around them. I salute Brooklyn Borough President Reynoso for your relentless commitment to building new housing supply. Building new supply is our main public policy tool to drive down rents and create new housing opportunities for middle-class New Yorkers. Rent regulation will not create affordability. Monitor Point is exactly the kind of project New York needs more of, not because it checked the boxes, but because it takes a genuinely hard site and figures out how to make it work for people who are being priced out of their own neighborhoods. 40% affordability on the North Brooklyn waterfront, with units reaching down to 40% AMI, is not a default outcome of market pressure. It required creative structuring, real partnership with HPD, and a developer that's willing to get creative. The Housing Partnership is proud to work with any developer on affordable housing throughout New York City. We have seen that Gotham has the right track record as developer. Their work in East New York, the Lower East Side, and Hudson Yards, these are not easy neighborhoods to operate in, and they've delivered on both new housing and on community benefits. This community has an opportunity to advance a project that will produce hundreds of permanently affordable homes on a site that currently contains 0. I urge your strong support for Monitor Point.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Juan Ramos. I'm the Executive Director of Southside United, also known in the community as Lusudes. And we're here in support of this project. I want to echo what some of the other housing organizations in our community who have fought for decades to make sure that those most vulnerable remain in our community, and saying that they're right. What it takes to build affordable housing, what it takes to sustain affordable housing has to be met through a public and a partnership, also with a city and state partnership, in order for it to really work in the way that it should. So I don't want to get into those. I want to focus instead on some of the things that are facts in this project. And the fact is that this project is offering us way more than any other project that our community board, this Borough President's office, has ever given us on the waterfront. Right now, you've only given us 25%. This project is offering up to 40%, 460 units of that affordable permanently for people in our community. Those people, those vulnerable people that we see day in, day out, those people that for decades have called Williamsburg, have called Greenpoint home when no one else wanted to walk those streets. It is for that reason that we support this project, and it is for that reason that we also want folks to understand that when you look at affordable housing, we cannot look at affordable housing from a perspective of this can't be in my backyard, because that's what this is all about, not in my backyard. You may not want to say it, but NIMBYism cannot be the loudest voice and hold a ransom note for a park. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Tom here? No, Tom. Next is Andy McDowell, Aiden McKeever. Can you read this right? Eva Smick Fidel.
It was Smick.
And Jerry Mraz.
Yeah.
Andy's here. You can go ahead.
So I wanted to thank the committee members for having this meeting, and thanks to Mr. Reynoso. First off, I want to object to sort of the false dichotomy that's being created where either we have a beat up one-story warehouse and truck traffic, or we have a monstrously oversized apartment building. That's not the choice. You know, when we fought to get the park that's in existence now, you know, the choice then they were saying was, you know, you have a garbage dump or you have high rises. And it's not fair to posit those choices in that way. We can take time until we have the budget to expand the park, to take over the DOT site. We don't need to put up a 60-story building just to get rid of a one-story warehouse. So I think this argument that it's creating access to the park is a cynical argument, period. It should be a park. It's naturally meant to be a park, and it was promised in 2005. But what I wanted to ask the committee to do is to look closely at the history of the deed of the Monitor Museum, because it has created a situation, and I, you know, an admirer of the Monitor Museum, but I don't think that the deeding of the land to them was intended to create a Trojan horse that allowed a big money developer to eye up this project as a total billion-dollar bonanza. And they wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that three-card Monte situation of what's happening with the air rights of the Monitor Museum. And I
Thank you
doubt
for
that
your testimony.
when the land was deeded to them, I don't think they ever imagined this is what it would do.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Aiden. I'm a lifelong Greenpointer, and I'm now a public defender here in Brooklyn. I want to talk specifically about the MTA math behind the Monitor Point proposal. Back in 2019, the MTA was having financial issues. They issued an RFP for the site at 40 Quay Street, and they picked Gotham Organization. And the deal that Gotham got is if they get this massive upzoning that they asked for, the MTA stands to receive about $39 million in net present value over a 100-year lease. It's 100 years. It's a century. Under this arrangement, Gotham gets the land allotment, which means they are building on the land for free, while building luxury towers in a floodplain in a contaminated brown site on the banks of our hard-fought-for Bushwick Inlet Park, only being built after 20 years of promises. The MTA still owns the land. So when it comes to flooding and contamination, if that resurfaces, it's the public that's on the hook. Even with this sweetheart deal, the developers are asking for more upzoning, more text amendments, and more waivers. Let's put this in perspective. The MTA gets about $40 million in net value over a century. Meanwhile, congestion pricing brings the MTA about $50 million every single month. We are asking that we're being asked to hand over the last pieces of publicly owned waterfront next to Bushwick Inlet Park for MTA pocket change. Meanwhile, the private equity here that's being created is huge. This 1.8 acres of public land would allow 3 luxury towers of about 1,150 apartments. The value of these buildings would easily reach hundreds of millions of dollars. And what does the public get? The minimum 25% affordable housing. Maybe the 15% more if HDP gets involved to build a pour door tower that we've seen before in North Brooklyn. We've seen this game. We've seen these lies that the developers come and say. They claim that it's going to lower rent. Rent has only increased. We've seen these towers for decades. These public housing
Thank you for your
promises
testimony.
before the rug gets pulled.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Eva Smith-Fidel. I am a resident of Greenpoint for 40 years, and I am observing how Greenpoint is changing. The waterfront was promised by the previous administration from 2005 in exchange for the zone changing to residential, that we will have a waterfront for residents. Now, the big developments, we agreed, big developments came. We have plenty of towers, like 40-story tower on Quay and Collier, which is recently put on the market, where 2-bedroom is $15,000. And they promise us merely an acre of green land. It will not be green land. If the whole land is 1.8 acres and they promised us an acres of green, so do the math. The buildings will not fit in that land. So they are cheating us of the land again. And right now, Greenpoint has increase of 26,000 residents over 10 years. So we have green space 10 times less per capita than minimum recommendation by World Health Organization. The minimum is 86 square feet per capita. We have 8.7, and that was before that development. So now, when they put another 3,000, minimum 3,000 people in those buildings, those mere around small land, they promise to be green, it's not enough. It's putting everybody at risk. We need green space, we need more trees for mental health, for physical health. You're not doing people any favors by promising them so for affordable housing. And you're trying to ride
for your testimony.
very rich people on that.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Jerry Mraz. I've lived in Greenpoint 2.5 blocks away for over 20 years. I strongly oppose this project. Mr. Borough President Reynoso said that he doesn't want the review of this project to seem one-sided to any of us, but it seems pretty one-sided to me. The neighborhood is not prepared for this project. There isn't enough low-income housing allotted, and it's too massive both in height and scale. It's doing harm to the park that we waited and fought for and been lied to about for over 20 years now. The borough president says that we'll need a compromise, and it seems like a giant 65-story monolith monstrosity, luxury eyesore that dwarfs all of its monstrous neighbors on top of this most precious park that's ecologically at risk, and injecting an extra, I don't know how many thousands of people into the unprepared neighborhood. That doesn't really sound like a compromise to me. We don't have a thick web of transit options in Greenpoint. There's not nearly enough parkland in Brooklyn. And this piece was supposed to be a buffer, which does not mean a 65-story tower. I think there's a better way to do this. So I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speakers will be Kara Girl, Israel Rodriguez, Derek Jones, and Edwin Augusta.
I think Kara left.
No Kara.
Well, what were the
No one
others?
there. Israel Rodriguez, Derek Jones, and Edwin.
Okay.
Okay. Duante Gibbs, Dulce Martinez, Dwayne Bailey, and Theo Perez.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dante. I'm a security officer at a city agency in the financial district. I'm a 32 BJ member, and I support the Monitor Project. I spent most of my life, over 25 years, in Brooklyn, but unfortunately last year I had to move due to affordability issues. Right now, me and my partner, we will live in Queens, but my goal is to ultimately come back to Brooklyn. That's why I support this project. It promises more affordable housing and deeper affordable housing than most other projects we've seen in the past. 40% affordable means that 460 families will get homes, if this project, gets pushed through. so that working New Yorkers can actually afford to live here. The fact that this housing comes with good jobs and fair wages, it's not a bad thing either. And I feel like it makes this even more important. So thank you for your time, and I hope the Borough President supports this project.
Thank you.
Folks, you've done a good job limiting the reaction so far. Let's stay consistent.
Hello, my name is Dulce, and I have lived in Brooklyn for almost 30 years. I'm a 32 BJ member, and I support the Monitor Point project. I raised my family in Brooklyn as a single mother, and it was not easy. When my children were born, I didn't have health insurance, and I always worried about how I would take care of them. Once I found a union job, I got the wages I deserve and benefits to take care of my family. It meant I had a weekend to spend time with my kids. Getting a good job changed my family's life. Every worker deserves a good job. That's why I support this project in a city where everything is getting more expensive and people are struggling. We need more good jobs so that every new day New Yorkers can live with dignity. Thank you for your time, and I hope the Borough President supports this project.
Thank you.
Good evening, beautiful people. Hello, my name is Dwayne. I've been a cleaner at Port Authority for 15 years. I'm a member of 32 BJ, and I support the Monitor Point project. I lived in Brooklyn my whole life, and I love this borough, and I'm quite sure you'll do too. But I know how hard it can be to get by in New York City. Prices are high, and inflation has been a struggle for us all. I support this project because it has both affordable housing and it will create jobs. People deserve to make decent wages and benefits, and they do, and they also deserve to have a nice apartment. This opportunity will give them a chance to have funds left over at the end of the month after paying rent. Too many New Yorkers are working hard, sometimes 2 or 3 jobs, and still don't have the sufficient funds to survive. This project will bring good jobs and affordable housing to a neighborhood that needs them both. We can't afford to miss out on this opportunity. Thank you for your time, and I hope the Borough President supports this project.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, Borough President's Office. My name is Theo Perez. I'm here today with SEIU Local 32BJ in support of this project. 32BJ is the largest union of property service workers in the country. We represent over 175,000 members up and down the East Coast, including tens of thousands of commercial cleaners, security officers, and residential building staff here in New York City. At 32BJ, we support developers who invest in the communities where they build, and I'm happy to report the developers of this proposed project, Gotham Organization, have made a credible commitment to creating good jobs for the workers who will permanently staff these buildings. Good jobs like these mean prevailing wages, meaningful benefits, and a pathway to the middle class for the community members who fill them. Beyond that, we also think this development aligns with the Borough President's comprehensive plan to increase housing and affordability in Brooklyn. Per the plan, the northern tip of Brooklyn is below its target density, and the plan specifically identified the neighborhood as a priority area for new capacity. So as the cost of living rises and working New Yorkers struggle to stay in their homes, it's more important now than ever to create both affordable housing and good jobs which uphold industry standards in the city. For these reasons, 32BJ is in strong support of the Monitor Point rezoning. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next speakers will be Rob Buchanan, Veronica Zapasnik, Bill Wilkins, and Ralph Perez.
Bill already spoke.
Bill spoke on this application?
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay. I don't think they're here. You can go ahead.
Hi, my name is Veronika Zapasznik. I'm a longtime resident of Greenpoint. I immigrated here from Poland in 1990 and have deep roots in Greenpoint for 35 years. I strongly oppose Monitor Point. I've lived through the consequences of overdevelopment and watched my traditional immigrant community be displaced. We're not here to argue whether the city needs more housing. The question is whether ultra-luxury towers are the best use of this unique piece of public land, or whether housing should be built in neighborhoods that have not yet contributed to the city housing supply. My main concern has been evaded by Gotham. What will their market rate rents be? A local real estate broker estimates 2 to 3 bedrooms here will rent for $9,000 to $16,000 per month. Gotham also implied today that their market rents will be 5 to 6 times higher than the affordable units. So despite these so-called affordable units, it's the 700 luxury units that matter most because they set the rent precedent throughout the neighborhood. We've seen this over the last 15 years. Luxury towers have driven up rents across the neighborhood because smaller landlords see what's possible. 15 years ago, you could get a 1-bedroom in CB1 for less than $2,000. Now, 1-bedrooms everywhere are $5,000 to $6,000. It's crazy. Let's talk equity. Since 2010, CB1 has already added 30,000 housing units, more than any city district, while other Brooklyn districts added only a few hundred. So as your comprehensive plan notes, inequity grows when development is not fairly planned across neighborhoods. Second issue, comprehensive plan also seeks adequate parks and open space in every neighborhood, but CB1 has one of the lowest ratios of park space per capita. Why should Manhattan have the incredible Hudson River Park while we're left with mostly concrete paths in front of luxury towers? We need real space, open space, grass. Mental health also falls under the Americans with Disabilities Act. We saw this weekend when it was 70 degrees. Thousands of residents were out in Williamsburg, crammed into 2 tiny parks, 1 sidewalk on Kent Avenue. The lack of open space is already unmanageable. Nearly 6,000 actual CB1 residents signed a petition opposing this project. Please listen to those voices, not the paid speakers.
Thank you. Is Ralph here? No, Ralph. Okay. Janice Lauletta Weinman, George Weinman, Catherine Thompson, and Trina McKeever, sorry. Davina.
Yeah, my name is Janice Lauletta Weinman. I'm a lifelong resident of Greenpoint, not just 20 or 10 years. I lived here my whole life. So I've seen a lot of things. I attended St. Stanislaus Cuska Elementary School, and I'm the president and co-founder of the Greenpoint Modern Museum in 1996, 30 years ago. So we're still going strong. The museum's logo includes the launch of the USS Monitor on January 30, 1862. John Ericsson, the USS Monitor's Swedish designer, engineer, and Thomas Fitzroland, the builder of the USS Monitor in Greenpoint, Brooklyn. MS 126 John Ericsson Middle School was named after John Ericsson. The museum conducts its school program from its classroom at MS 126. The USS Monitor was built and launched from Continental Works, Quay Street, East River. In 2003, Motiva Enterprises donated land to the museum along the site only for the purpose of building a museum dedicated to the USS Monitor. In memory of the USS Monitor has continued in Greenpoint through its schools, including PS 110, the Monitor School, located on Monitor Street, the location of the museum's first classroom. The Greenpoint Monitor Memorial McGoldrick Park, also along Monitor Street. On May 29, 2015, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration USS Monitor National Marine Sanctuary unveiled a USS Monitor trail marker on the museum's donated land. Now, an opportunity has arisen through the Monitor Point project to fulfill the purpose of the 2003 land donation in the Greenpoint Monitor Museum by building its long plan for museum dedicated to USS Monitor.
For your testimony.
Please approve the Monitor Point project, but needed affordable housing and museum building and with stabilized waterfront
Thank you.
and a shore public walkway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everybody that's still here. My name is George Wyman, longtime resident of Greenpoint, graduate of PS 110, the Monitor School. an MS 126 John Erickson Middle School, and a vice president of the Greenpoint Monitor Museum. Following is a quote from my ancestor Grenville Weeks, who served aboard the USS Monitor as an assistant surgeon. Their names are for history, and so long as we remain a people, so long will the work of the Monitor be remembered and her story told to our children's children. The little cheese box on the raft has made herself a name which will not soon be forgotten by the American people. Help keep their memory alive. The museum has a classroom at 126 John Erickson Middle School. We have been teaching local children since 2001 about the Monitor and the Civil War. We have taught thousands of children who have come to our class, and their children and grandchildren are now attending. They see me and Janice on the street, and they remember us as the Monitor people. We tell them we're going to build a museum on the land that was donated to the museum that shares the launch site of the Monitor, the ship that saved the Union. We don't want to let them down. Please approve the Monitor Point project and help us create a permanent home for the Greenpoint Monitor Museum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, we're going to split our testimony. We're going to do our testimony together. Okay. My name is Catherine Thompson. I'm the president of the Friends of Bushwick Inlet Park. I also founded the Greenpoint Williamsburg Youth Soccer League. I've been a resident in Greenpoint from 1996. And so anyways, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to begin by acknowledging something important. While the community board vote on Monitor Point shifted late in the process, more than 5,000 residents and over 130 written submissions have expressed serious concerns about this proposal. That the level of engagement reflects how deeply people care about the future of this waterfront and the long-term health of this community. But beyond public sentiment, there's also an extraordinary body of planning research and climate policy that should guide this decision. Reports from the New York State Climate Impacts Assessment, the New York Academy of Sciences, New York City's Waterfront Revitalization Program all point to the same reality. Low-lying waterfront areas like this face increasing climate risk and require careful long-term planning. Your office's own Brooklyn Comprehensive Plan reinforces that message through its layered analysis of Brooklyn neighborhoods. When you look at these maps together, they tell a very clear story about Greenpoint and Williamsburg. One layer shows that our community is designated an environmental justice area, reflecting the long legacy of industrial contamination along the waterfront and upland. Another shows that Community Board experiences some of the highest levels of air pollution and particulate matter in Brooklyn. Yet another demonstrates that our neighborhood has very low levels of tree canopy and open space. And when you look at the waterfront maps, you see that this area sits directly within a designated floodplain on historic wetlands with high water table where projections show sea level rising more than 20 inches in just 2 decades.
Your second 2 minutes has now started.
Here.
Okay. Taken together, these layers create a clear and undeniable narrative that this is a place that needs resilience, open space, and environmental repair, not additional dense residential development at the water's edge. And as Antonio Reynoso knows well, we also cannot ignore this community's long fight for environmental justice. For decades, residents of Greenpoint and Williamsburg have lived with the consequences of industrial pollution, from contaminated land to poor air quality. That history shaped a generation of community activism, environmental education, and watchdog work. People here have spent years documenting contamination, advocating for cleanup, and fighting for a healthier waterfront. It would be a mistake to ignore this history now. And we should we should remember that this site is a rare publicly owned waterfront land directly adjacent to Bushwick Inlet Park, a park that this community fought for many years. The park exists because residents insisted that the waterfront should serve the public good. Decisions about land like this should honor that legacy. That is exactly what a comprehensive plan is meant to do. A plan of this depth allows decision makers to rely on metrics, facts, necessity, and risk, rather than short-term pressures. It exists so that land use decisions are grounded in thoughtful and independent planning. Save the Inlet believes that government has a responsibility to plan for the long-term sustainability of communities, not just the short-term financial interests of private developers or public agencies. We are concerned that the review of this proposal has been overshadowed by Gotham's argument that the housing crisis means that every other planning consideration should be ignored. But
Thank you. Time is expired.
Thank you so much. Are you Mickey?
Yeah, Mikey.
Oh, Mikey, sorry. Yes, that's how you want to use your time. Mikey will be followed by Antoinette Charles, Grace Shannon, and Rabbi H. Grubaum.
And then, since it's been a moment, folks, if anyone online wants to testify, please raise your hand or press *3 if you are on your phone.
As we were saying, hi, my name's Mikey, by the way. As we were saying, but as New York City's climate chief, Louise Young, has said, a home is not truly affordable if it is unsafe or sitting in a floodplain. The question before you is not what works best for Gotham or the MTA today. The question is what will serve the people of Brooklyn for decades to come. The 40 Quay Street site is one of the few publicly controlled waterfront parcels that could instead help expand open space and climate resilience for a community that desperately needs both. We respectfully urge you to apply the data, planning frameworks, and climate research your office has assembled, and vote no, without conditions, on Monitor Point. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Antoinette Charles here? Antoinette is next. No. And Grace Shannon? Okay. And then Rabbi follows.
Good evening. My name is Grace Shannon. I'm 81 years old, and I represent the Los Raíces Senior Center. Very important because right now, that senior center, many of the problems they're having is homelessness. Many of the people, well, I'll just say in general to be quick. The problem is not just in that senior center. In the entire United States of America, especially New York City, there's a problem with homelessness with seniors because from the time this country started with the first president, housing was never the top priority for seniors. So for years from the first president all the way down, no president or anyone in the Albany or city government put housing as a priority with seniors. So from the first president, we were always in the back burner. So right now, the crisis started from the first president because these people that were voted on, they always put us in the back burner. So right now, the crisis is that now there is no enough housing for seniors because we were never the top priority from the first president. So right now, this is the three things that are happening. Number one, seniors that work their tail off to make this country, this city great, when they retire, if they're a little above the budget for three, their rent is escalating and they end up either living in the street
Thank you for your testimony.
or living in the street or living in homeless shelters where they have to take their belongings with them through the day. And lastly, or they're living with friends, family, and relatives that don't want them. This is how they treat us seniors that work our tail off
I'm
to
afraid we
make
have
this
to move
country
on.
a great country.
Thank
It
you.
makes me angry, and
Thank you for your testimony. I'm afraid we have to move on.
it's a national disgrace because it's not only New York City, it's the entire country that have homeless seniors living in the street, living in homeless shelters, and then they have to drag their belongings during the day.
Thank you for
or
your
living with
testimony,
friends
but I'm
and family
afraid
that
as
don't
a
want
matter
them.
of
This is
consistency
the
and
housing
fairness, we have to
that was
move on.
always ignored by
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but we have to move on.
that we vote for. It's a disgrace. I don't know how these elected officials sleep at night.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but
It's a
your time has
disgrace.
expired and we have to move on.
So much.
Hi all. Rabbi Greenbaum of Beth-Medisch, the Lower East Side. A few years ago, we faced the impossible situation with a landmark congregation building we could no longer use or afford to restore. We partnered with Gotham on the Broome Street development alongside Chinatown Planning Council. And I want to tell this community and the Borough President's office what experience was actually like. They didn't just bought our building and move on. They worked alongside us to deliver for the congregation. Received a brand new 4,000 square foot space, built out and permanently ours. They also delivered 100% permanently affordable senior housing building, more than 100 tenants on the very ground where our burned down congregation stood. The project in total delivered for the community 43% affordability when the city only required 25%. And when things got complicated, Gotham stayed at the table and kept their word. I believe Monitor Point's 40% commitment, because I watched them exceed their commitments on Broome Street when they didn't have to. Units at 40% AMI are generally affordable to low-income families. This is the same model that worked on the Lower East Side, where market rate units subsidize deeper affordability for people who need it most. Greenpoint deserves a waterfront that's accessible, housing that real families can afford, and a developer that keeps its promises and more. Gotham kept theirs to us, and I have every reason to believe they'll keep them to here. I ask to support the Monitor Point on behalf of many New Yorkers. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
The next speakers will be Nick Shannon, Pedram Madari, Maisha Morales, and Angela Howard.
Hello, my name's Nick Shannon. I'm a licensed landscape architect and 9-year resident of Greenpoint, and I'm against Monitor Point. I'll start by saying that I'm not against housing, but where we develop really matters. If the argument for a spot zone on this site is that we need more housing at whatever cost, then why don't we start chipping away at Central Park? On a site that sits within a floodplain that was promised as the transition from Bushwick Inlet Park to the neighborhood, this is proposing the exact opposite condition. The self-proclaimed community benefits will reduce the width of the public access area from 40 foot to 30 foot wide. Against this 600-foot tall building, that's over 20 foot tall, the width of the proposed public space. That scale is unprecedented on the Greenpoint Williamsburg waterfront. And as someone that runs along this waterfront, it's a drastic change. It's also inaccessible. The park portal from West Street to the waterfront ends in a large staircase that is proposed outside of the MTA property that this development is proposed on. So it's just suggesting a connection, it's not actually building it. And it's also suggesting a narrow 6-foot wide ramp to segregate wheelchairs and people with strollers. Part of the other public space is a steel bulkhead that's proposed around the entire shoreline that will lock it in place and sever the public's connection to the waterfront. This will also amplify wave action and increase erosion along the newly built tidal marsh. I've experienced increased density of housing in this neighborhood firsthand, and this site presents unique opportunity to change the narrative around how we developed publicly owned land at a scale that actually works for people that live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there Pedram? No.
Good evening. My name is Maisha Morales, Chairwoman of Southside United HDFC Los Sures, and a lifelong housing activist and tenant organizer. I'm here representing, someone mentioned real community. I'm also here representing real community, right? Who were here long before our neighborhoods became a cool place to live in, right? And before many of our neighbors were displaced. In fact, many of our families came here in the early 1900s to North Brooklyn from Puerto Rico, pushed by forced colonization of our island and drawn to jobs at places like the Domino Sugar Factory along this very waterfront. Our history is deeply rooted here and it matters. I am here in support of Monitor Point Project for many of the reasons that others have already stated. Look, the reality is this is MTA land, right? It's public land, still MTA land. And the MTA is looking to generate revenue from it. So it's going to happen regardless, right? And this is why, exactly why, we must ensure that this land delivers real public benefits. If we reject projects that include meaningful affordability, the reality is we can end up with luxury housing, no affordability, or anything else that's included in this project. Monitor Point includes 40% affordable housing, with homes reaching as low as 40% AMI, which is critical for working families trying to remain in Brooklyn and across the city. This project also sets an important precedent by building affordable housing directly on the waterfront, which includes flood protections, climate resiliency for a frontline community like ours. As a housing activist who's often skeptical of developers, and those who know me know how I feel about them, you know, I have to say that Gotham, I was really impressed on the amount of outreach that they would to our with our communities. So I support this plan and ask the mayor. In addition to that, not only the mayor, the public advocate needs to add extra affordable units by adding NYCHA residents. It's being done as a set aside and it's being done with the Brooklyn Army Terminal. So I'm asking them to consider that for this plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, long night, Madam Deputy, members of the committee. My name is Angela Howard, and I'm here in support of the Monitor Point project. And I'm doing it from a perspective that's a little different from a lot of the things that you've heard in the procedure, because I'm doing it as a former partner of Gotham organization. I currently serve as the Vice President of Construction at Battery Park City Authority, but prior to that, I spent 5 years at Covenant House International, where as the Senior Vice President of Real Estate and Facilities, my work centered on one thing and one thing alone: ensuring that young people who were experiencing homelessness had a safe, stable, dignified places that was purpose-built to live. From a real estate perspective, that work required partners who understood the mission was not negotiable, and that when times got hard, timelines were tough, budgets got tight, and a global pandemic came, the people who were being served by us couldn't be the ones who absorbed the loss. Gotham organization was that partner. Our collaboration on the new Covenant House, New York West 41st Street project delivered 120 beds of new housing for young New Yorkers experiencing homelessness. That gave me a direct view of how Gotham works and how they operate under genuinely difficult circumstances. I experienced firsthand what a team does when they stay focused on the project's intended outcomes, find solutions for really a myriad of problems, and delivered. And Gotham never walked back on their commitments. That experience shaped how I, who has a 45-year history in construction, have dealt with developers and their promises. And I'm looking at what Gotham.
Thank you for your testimony.
I support the project.
Thank you. The next speakers are Marissa Bach, Alice Wong, Kate York, and Pierre Hills.
Hi, my name is Marissa Bach. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. Because of Monitor Point, Greenpoint can say bye-bye to local bookshops, art supply stores, toy stores, cinemas, elderly community centers, preschools, and hello to designer coffee shops and luxury retail. Once local ownership leaves communities, it never comes back. The investment into Greenpoint as a result of Monitor Point's monstrosity will not go back into our community. It will create more money for the CEOs of Whole Foods, Starbucks, and the like. Allowing our already existing community to believe they might one day get to live in one of these extremely difficult to secure, segregated lottery units, and that's why they should vote yes, when Gotham knows it will harm the working class long term, when its plans are sketchy at best, is a cruel lie. Why is this our only option? It's the Brooklyn Borough's president's job to advocate for his constituents' long-term success in Brooklyn. Unfortunately, the members of this community are being manipulated and tantalized by Gotham dangling a golden carrot with the short-term 25% city minimum affordability plan that will destroy the working class's ability to have a role in this community long-term. Voting no is a vote for Brooklyn's working class families being more than just the servants of the 3,000 new wealthy expats coming to dominate the local economy and bankrupt our businesses. Your restaurants, your daycare, your bakeries, your family-focused neighborhood staples, instead with corporations like Chanel and Whole Foods for the yuppies that are coming for our community. Take a walk down North 6th Street. That's all Gotham can promise us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Hi, I'm Alice Wong. I'm the Chief of Staff of Chinese American Planning Council. Every single year, we serve over 80,000 community members, many out of our community center in Brooklyn. About a decade ago, we released an RFP for a piece of land we own to develop the piece of land, to build a permanent home, and to create some affordable housing. We went through an RFP process, and we chose Gotham Organization. They've been a trustworthy and responsible partner. Community engagement during our process started a year before the ULURP process, and the commitment to the neighborhood extended way past when we received government approvals. We had regular updates to the community, and we worked closely with the community board to minimize disruption. Gotham Organization hired directly from the Lower East Side Employment Network, a coalition of workforce organizations, so that individuals in the Lower East Side directly benefited from the project. And Gotham Organization also became a work site for our summer youth employment program. Because of the project, a standalone senior affordable housing building of 115 apartments was built, and 100 apartments was also created in our mixed-use building. In our community center, because government officials acknowledged that the neighborhood needed to grow, now we have LGBTQ+ youth who are able to attend a queer corner. We have our community members able to learn English in classrooms we never had. And we have youth who are able to come back to a space to reconnect, who are first-generation immigrants who do not have support. They are reaping the benefits of their predecessors in that programs who asked the government officials to acknowledge what they needed from the community. I want these benefits to be available to every single neighborhood in the city, including Greenpoint. I say that both as the Chief of Staff at CPC, but also as a child raised in affordable housing in the Lower East Side. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I have to read this. My name is Kate York. I've lived in Williamsburg for over 40 years, during which I helped design the planning process for the Williamsburg and Greenpoint 197A plan for the waterfront, fought for our waterfront park, and served on the steering committee for the organization that fought the power plant, planned for what is now Bushwick Inlet Park. And during that time, I worked closely with many of the people who have testified in favor of the Monitor Point project tonight. I've also endured many hearings where union members scolded us for opposing the good jobs that were being provided by the power plant and other inappropriate developments for our waterfront. But at least for those fights, our community was united, and I'm very distressed that this Monitor Point development has created such rifts between members of the community that have worked together for decades. And my question here is, how many luxury towers will it take to make our neighborhood affordable? The previous presentations this evening clearly highlight the inadequacy of the affordability and community benefits in the Monitor Point proposal. I'd like to express my profound disappointment that this unique parcel of publicly owned waterfront could be developed into 3 massive luxury towers and a block of flashy retail. The presentation minimizes the scale of this development. It is massive, and it adds to the ongoing overdevelopment of this area. Losing the potential of public open space at this unique and vulnerable site requires a far greater ratio of affordability, with greatly reduced environmental impacts on the vulnerable ecosystem and on the larger community. The supporters of this proposal cite the real need for affordable housing, but the trade-off for this much-needed benefit is unacceptable. With public MTA ownership of a significant parcel and using the Monitor Museum's air rights plus HUD subsidies, the destruction of Bushwick Inlet's fragile ecology should result in a far better proportion of affordable housing. Bushwick Inlet has been the jewel in the crown of waterfront parcels, while also being the most precious.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pierre Hills. I've been a New York City resident for 10 years, the last 5 of which have been in Williamsburg, and I'm here to support the Monitor Point project. As has been mentioned multiple times tonight, New York City is in the middle of currently in the middle of a housing crisis, as our residential vacancy rate currently sits at 1.4%. In order to work our way out of this housing crisis, experts claim that New York City needs to develop approximately 50,000 units a year over the next decade. For context, since 2001, we have only developed 33,000 units a year and have surpassed the 50,000 unit mark just once. We need to be doing more. Delivering on our housing goals will require public-private partnerships where different stakeholders come together to work towards a common goal. Monitor Point's promise of building over 1,000 units, nearly 500 of which will be designated permanently affordable at deep affordability bands, helps us work towards this goal, with the added benefit of delivering public green space, honoring Greenpoint's history via the Monitor Museum, and delivering much-needed MTA funding, all while supporting union jobs. The project allows more people to raise families along the New York City waterfront, a place that so many people here tonight are privileged to already call home. We should want more people to share in this privilege. New York City urgently needs more housing, and Monitor Point delivers on this need. I strongly urge the Borough President to support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, I'm having trouble with the writing, but it looks like maybe Natalie Soleil. Okay. Followed by Victoria Alexander, Rishi Chateau, and Scott Frazier.
And if anyone online missed the announcement earlier, if you want to speak, make sure to raise your hand.
Okay. I'm very grateful to have this opportunity. I am a veteran resident, and I've even served at the Pete McGinnis Senior Center. I'm quite familiar with Greenpoint, and I've lived right along that Franklin Street corridor. And it cannot handle the infrastructure. Is too small right now, as is Manhattan Avenue, for the population boom that started since 2010. So we have to get real that any construction there is going to be massive disruption. Second of all, I'm a geographer. We need to look to the future, not even 15 years. Let's look at 30 to 50 years. We need to restore marshland. 1.1 acres of hardscape is not a solution, especially when this was promised as contiguous parkland. So they're not really doing anybody a real favor like that. And if we want to talk jobs, why aren't we talking green jobs? Okay, and I'd like to know how much community input there actually was in this design. I'm getting that there wasn't. Okay, we're going to get shadows, concrete, which doesn't absorb water. We have to remember climate change is the future, and we are not prepared for it. Water flows will flow into that area, meaning the hardscape is anti to where the storm surges are going to land on the coastline. Pollution, having lived in Greenpoint, is high. Cancer rates along the coastline from Williamsburg to Greenpoint are high. And more traffic, more SUVs means more pollution. Okay? Segregated building design is a problem. And the unaddressed skewing of property taxes and affordability, and the fact that what is called affordable units in Greenpoint starts at $70,000 a year income. That's a joke. Working class people don't have that kind of money. I certainly don't. So I want alternative design models as MTA has proposed, as seen in Smiling Hogs Ed Rand
Thank you
and
for your
Finca del
testimony.
Sport Garden in the Bronx. I oppose this proposal.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I want to thank the committee, the Land Use Committee. Thank you, Spencer and company. We really appreciate this beautiful setting and the opportunity to speak for the community. I have to say, I'm extremely saddened by tonight. I'm sad that we're divided. George and Janice, we're never going to be divided from you. You're the heart and soul of our community. And the Latinos, the Blacks who've spoken, the workers, the union members, we began our fight in the community together. We'll never be divided. The seeds of our concern for the community were born at El Puente on the south side. They schooled us, taught us about justice, environmental justice, how to love one another. Why have we reached this point? Everything's important. The history of the community is important. The monitor is important. Our homes are important. Our people are important. We've forgotten that. It's lost. I was going to say some stuff, but I really don't think it's important anymore. I'm against this project. I feel it will hurt the people, the children of our community, whether they be Hasidic, Latino, Black, white, other. This is negative. This is being used by Gotham to divide us. This is the old ploy in the community. Divide us. Make us hate one another. It's a cynical ploy. Gotham is going to make hundreds of millions of dollars on this project. The Borough President's plan for the community is very wise. Thank you, Spencer, for all the good hard work you've done to plan a great community. By those measures, this should be a no to this project. By your own measures, and we thank you because you've helped us, and I just want to say we love everyone in this room. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Is there anyone else in the room who has not signed up who wishes to provide testimony? Okay. You can come up. Please just say your name before you begin speaking. Oh, sorry. I could have also missed you. My apologies.
Okay. Hello, I'm Leo Gutman. I'm speaking today in favor of Monitor Point project. I live just on the other side of the Pulaski Bridge from the project, and the site, and I'm go by it on walks and runs regularly. If all this project was those units of housing, I would still be in favor of it. To echo what many have said today, there's a dire housing shortage. It's hard for people to move to the city, to stay in the city, to change their housing situations, to find an apartment. It's probably the biggest problem the city has. To be able to do that with all the other wins that this project will bring, I find pretty truly impressive. The fact that it helps with MTA capital funding, the fact that it helps with citing a museum, with decreasing the amount of trucks in the area, and improving access to the waterfront. That to me just makes it all a slam dunk. And I hope to see it go through, and I hope the borough president supports it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Millison, and thank you to the Borough President's Office for having us. So I've been a Williamsburg resident for 15 years, and in October 2012, when Hurricane Sandy struck, I live about 4 blocks away from 40 Quay Street. As a recent graduate in a newly furnished apartment that completely flooded, I lost everything. Hurricane Sandy ravished our community. If another Hurricane Sandy were to strike again, it would be estimated to cost New York City $90 billion in damages. Our priority for that area needs to be coastal resiliency. Building Monitor Point does not accomplish that. All said, I'm very for affordable housing. If Gotham actually did keep their promises and keep their promises on actually building that amount of affordable housing units, the use of union work and fair wages for all of their employees, I would be incredibly supportive of this project, just not on one of the most sensitive ecological sites in Brooklyn, in New York in general. And this area is critical in preventing severe storm damage in our neighborhood. And so as such, I strongly urge the borough president to reject the Monitor Point project. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for anyone online who would like to raise their hand for testimony. All right.
Hearing no further comment, this item is now closed. This ULURP public hearing is now closed. If everyone could keep their seats for a moment, we will have brief remarks from the Deputy Borough President. But as a reminder, the Borough President will review these applications and submit his recommendations to the City Planning Commission, which will hold its hearing on these items at a later date. As a reminder, members of the public may submit comments to testimony@brooklynbp.nyc.gov for the Borough President's consideration until the end of Friday, this Friday, March 13th, 2026. This meeting is now adjourned. Deputy Borough President.
I just want to thank everybody for your passion and your compassion, particularly for each and every one of you who decided to stay to the very end. I am Kim Council. I have been a resident of Brooklyn for 54 years. And I thank you once again for taking the time to come here tonight and share your support or non-support of the projects that have been brought forth. As the Borough President said earlier, we will listen and then he will make a decision. But in the meantime, we're going to continue to spread love because that is the Brooklyn way. Have a wonderful evening. And thank you so much.